It'll make it look nice for us.
Oh, I thought it was
So, Sue and the team are passing out a form. And I'm going to talk about this before lunch today, before noon. But the next phase of the program after the training is the mentoring. And then the stage after the mentoring, which will start in late August, is the consulting, where students can work with you from the university. I know some of you are taking advantage of some early consulting with the social media from the Riley High School kids. The form that's being passed around, we'll pass it around now because we're going to collect it at the end of the day today. It asks if you want a mentor. And part of the challenge with the program is it's kind of like people go, I'm trying to start a business, I'll take anything you got. So there's like mentor, yeah, I'll take a mentor, consulting, yeah, I want consulting. I'd ask you to give careful thought to whether you really are ready to use a mentor. And if you're not, it doesn't mean you won't get one. It means you try to get one a little later on, down the road. It's an ongoing program. We will continue to communicate with you long after this year. But we have a challenge because people sign up for the mentors. And the mentors are all successful entrepreneurs, so they've been there and done that. And we've been losing mentors because they go, look, I signed up, I said I'd help out. I had one conversation and the person never met with me again, didn't follow up with it. They just weren't ready to use a mentor. So it's fine if you don't take a mentor. Don't feel you need to, or if you're thinking, I want a mentor, but not right now. The mentoring means you have to be willing to meet with your mentor every 2 weeks. So between now and August, every 2 weeks, you'd be having a meeting. It doesn't always have to be in person. It could be on Zoom or on the phone or whatever. They could meet you at a coffee shop or whatever. But it's every other week, about an hour meeting. So just think about it carefully, whether you really are ready for it and want the mentor. If you do, you can fill out the form anyway, but let us know. So today, we're going to talk about two big topics: operations and how to set your prices. We're going to have a guest who's going to talk about some other resources that are available in the community to you, to entrepreneurs. We're going to have a lunch, food. You probably won't put on 5 pounds. But and the food, importantly, is provided by, catered by, paid for, by the way. No, it's not free. It's free for you, but by people in the program. So by caterers, people in the program. And we will have a very special guest speaker for the little graduation ceremony we're gonna have, and we'll have certificates for everybody and some recognition. Sound good?
Yes.
Yes. Okay. You look better when you're not in the long road. The first thing I want to do, though, is we'd like to feature you guys, so let's feature somebody. Will, you want to come up and tell us about your business? Or maybe you got to get off your butt, Will. So, let's see. Will, he's great. He's excited about this. You can sense it. So Will's just going to take a minute and tell us about his business. This is his website up on the screen.
Looks nice.
Gotta be willing.
Yeah. You got this now.
All right, so
I'm a fashion designer. My clothing line is called Demand and Respect Clothing. We move with the utmost respect for everybody, and the same respect for the time.
They can't hear you. You got to prepare for that pitch, now come on.
Yeah, I don't like talking.
You good, you got it.
Yeah, so we,
There you
when you move with the utmost respect for everybody, you demand the same respect in return. Never someone for not less than what you give, so that's why I call it demand and respect. This is my signature collection I just recently dropped. I would have wore a polo, but I'm still waiting on it to come in the mail. So.
Got a bag in hand.
But you can slide down for me. Yeah, show everybody. Got dresses, polo shirts, crop tops. Got my limited edition Tiffany blue polo that I'm gonna drop real soon. And yeah, you can click shop all right there. Y'all can just see everything.
Nice website. So it's DR, Demand Respect?
Yeah, Demand and Respect Club.
And these are your designs?
Yes, I designed everything.
Okay. Let's hear it for Will.
Oh, your progress up a little. What? What? Pump it out. Yeah, I know that's right.
So this is one of my products that get made and shipped out from London, and everything else except for the belt gets shipped out from Southeast Asia. So from London, it's a 3-day shipping time, and from Southeast Asia for production time is 6 to 10 days. So if y'all interested, you know, hand copy y'all some drip.
I know that's right.
What's your website again? What's the
DR official, .myshopify.com.
Okay.
do you have a card?
I don't. I need to get something.
That's why you need mentoring. They get you all that stuff.
Right.
Okay, so thank you, Will.
It's last time now, so you don't have to get all this later. You have to run it.
You can hear her wherever.
Yeah.
So we've been talking about the entrepreneurial journey. We've taken a dive into thinking strategically and planning. We've talked about finance and resourcing and leveraging and guerrilla kinds of tactics. Look at all these areas of business. Today, I want to concentrate on what I think is the most important. And it's interesting because most programs on entrepreneurship leave this out altogether. Not sure why. This is an area called operations. What do you think that's about? Operations. Your day-to-day stuff. Your kind of a day in the life of the business. It's how you do what you do. And if you're making money, the only way you make money is to create value. So operations is how you actually create value for a customer. So if I'm Will and I'm operations, right? He's got an element of his operation that is designing things, designing t-shirts, he's got an element of his operations that is sourcing. He sources stuff from, he said, Southeast Asia, right? So he's relying on global sources of supply to send his stuff to him. He has to decide, this is a huge issue for him, how much inventory to have. And that's a tricky business because he doesn't have a lot of money to buy a lot of inventory, but having the right number of the right sizes of different things is tricky because you're not sure who's going to buy and what sizes they'll need. So operations, the way I like to think about operations is it's where you live. Where you live. It is about doing the little things consistently right. And when you do that, you'll be able to create more value for customers. You'll be able to make customers happier. You'll be able to waste less money. You'll be more efficient. And by systematizing, and that's the whole moral of today's story, by systematizing the way you do things, you're going to get more ideas for ways to improve, ways to innovate, new kinds of ways to do stuff. So let's think about operations. Let's talk about my favorite fine dining establishment. Taco Bell. I love Taco Bell. The question I'm asking you is, if we think about operations at Taco Bell, what are we thinking about? What are we covering when we talk about operations? Okay, think about operations in terms of inputs, throughputs, outputs. Inputs, throughputs, outputs. Okay, so inputs would be things like, I gotta buy lettuce and taco shell. But inputs would also be orders from customers. That's an input.
Right.
It triggers me having to do something.
Right.
So let's think about orders from customers. If I'm being systematic, how many order entry points do I have?
3.
Well, 3 if we get fancy. Let's just focus on 2. Drive-up window and front counter. Okay, so I got orders coming to the drive-up window and a front counter. Now what happens? I'm at the drive-up window and I make an order.
Yeah.
Now what happens? Detail. Sweat the details. Focus on the details. What's the next thing that happens? I what? I want 2 bean burritos
Yeah.
and a taco. So now what happens? I'm at the window and I just said that's what I want. 2 burritos and a taco. Now what happens?
They start making money.
They don't make it yet. What happens next? Get details.
Operations of the food.
Does the guy in the window turn around and say, "Hey Bob, 2 tacos and a burrito"? They made an operations decision. They have what you would think of as a cash register, but today it's called a point of sale system. Point of sale system just means your cash register is a computer, okay? And they enter it in the point of sale system, 2 burritos and a taco. And where does that message go?
To the cook.
Wait a minute, it doesn't go directly to the cook, it goes to two TV screens that are in the cooking area, which we might call the production area, okay? So the order pops up, hold on a second. We have an operating problem. Because an order came in for 2 burritos and a taco at the drive-up window, right? But an order came in at the exact same moment from the front counter. And both of them pop up on the screen. But the screen knows what to do in terms of which one gets priority.
Yeah.
It'll code it in some way. Which one will get priority?
The first
The
one.
drive-through. Why will the drive-through get priority? No, everybody wants, it's called fast food. They all want their food fast. Why does the drive-up window get the priority?
They're on the timer.
So am I. I'm at the front counter. That's why I went to the front counter to avoid the long line in the drive-up window.
Another cars.
You can't have cars backing up onto the roadway. That would cause a problem. So they gotta keep those cars moving. That's an operating decision. Okay, now, if we go to the back of Taco Bell, they have 2 production lines. How are each of those production lines set up? Kinda any way
Like a,
Johnny, who's back there working, feels like setting it up today?
no, it's an assembly.
Or it's a what?
Assembly
It's an
line.
assembly line, so the lettuce is always right here. The sliced tomatoes are all right here. Taco shells are right here. Okay, and what's the order in which a taco is put together? Is it kind of like how Johnny's feeling today? There's a prescribed, exact, specific order for assembling a taco. Now, Johnny's feeling pretty good. He had a good night last night. He's in a good mood. So can he put a little extra beef on this one?
No.
Can.
We're using a procedure that any of you in the food service would know about called portion control that ensures the exact same amount of lettuce goes on every taco, the exact same amount of beef goes on every taco. That's operations. Hold on, we got a problem. Those clowns over at Notre Dame just got off the phone with us. And they're having some kind of conference, some kind of meeting. And they put an order in for 45 chicken taco salads. And that order came at 11:40 in the morning. Now the chicken taco salad is the thing on the Taco Bell menu that takes the longest time of anything they make to prepare. So, what just happened?
They have a pre-order. Then you call us more help.
No, they called 11:40. They didn't do no pre-order. They just called 11:40. We need 40 chicken taco salads. How fast can you have them? What just happened? There's a technical academic explanation for this. It's called the shit just hit the fan. So what happens? That order coming at that moment in time is the worst thing that could happen. Why? Do we get equal amounts of orders across the day?
No.
Or does 60% of our business all day come at lunchtime?
Yeah, comes at lunch.
So we're at the lunch peak and we just got an order for 40 chicken taco salads. That's called This is a term you should know. That's called a bottleneck. We have a bottleneck. Things back up. Think about a bucket of water, right? If I have a bucket of water and I turn the bucket over, how fast the water come out? If I have the same amount of water in a bottle and I turn the bottle over, how fast the water come out? Because of the bottleneck. That's right. So bottlenecks are points in your operations where things back up, right? So you got to have a bottleneck approach. You got to anticipate the bottlenecks and be ready for them. So what does Taco Bell do? Well, you might remember I said they had two production lines, right? So that order for 40 goes just to line number 2. And we take somebody off line number 1 or off the floor who's out cleaning tables and put them on line number 2. Line number 1 continues to handle all the normal business as they come in from the drive-up window and the front counter. Line number 2 is dealing with it. That way it doesn't disrupt the flow of operations. Starting to see what operations is. Starting to understand, yeah. So this is big. Operations. So what we're talking about here is how you actually create value for a customer. And value to a customer comes from 2 things. Your product or your service and the way you interact with the customer. Yes. You could have a brilliant product or service, but really crappy interaction approach because whoever's interacting with the customer is having a bad day or in a bad mood or whatever. Or is your kid and your kid is like, I don't want to be doing this right now. So thinking about those 2 critical sources of
Operation.
value creation. And you're an entrepreneur. You're a manager. You're running things. You have to have a system for operations. And the problem is a lot of people go, well, I know how to do voiceovers. Tell me what you need. No, I'm saying she has to take her voiceover business and break it down into a step-by-step operational model in terms of how she interacts with the customer. How one customer exchange happens from start to finish. So, this slide is the key slide in the whole deck. What I'm encouraging you to do, first and foremost, is to develop what I call an operating model. Operating model. Take a piece of paper, graph it out. I don't know how your mind works. My mind works well with pictures. So, a graphical picture, a flow, that's the word, flow, in terms of how you conduct operations as a professional entrepreneur. Okay? Now, I'm going to talk more about the operating model. But there's an entrepreneur. She's another one of these people we happen to stumble on over the years that had an idea and ended up being kind of like one of the first people to try something. Something that now you see everywhere all over the place. She starts a business And the idea in her business is you go into this place, so it's a physical store location. You go into this place and you select a piece of pottery. And you take the pottery and you sit down and you paint it. And then they put it in a kiln and fire it, and you take your pot home. That's her business. Now these things are all over the place, but back in the day, she was one of the first ones to try one of these places. And you might remember that awful television program with Trump.
Yeah.
You're fired, you're fired. Well, actually, before he ever came around, her business was called You're Fired. You're fired, you did.
Yeah.
So she starts You're Fired, and I want you to think for a moment, if you were graphing it out, I don't have much space up here, but if you were graphing it out, what her operating model might look like. So this is a customer-facing business. That makes a difference. It's a customer-facing business. So what's the first thing that happens in her operating model?
Person comes in.
A person comes in and what? You've got to empathize. You've got to walk in the shoes of your customer.
Yeah.
Customer walks in, and what's going on in the customer's mind?
What is this place?
Have you ever walked into a place, first time you've been there, and everybody's ignoring you, and you're like, where am I supposed to place my order? Where am I supposed to stand? What am I supposed to? You don't know. You feel stupid. You want to leave. Well, so what's the first thing? A person walks in, and what'd you say? You walk in there, Greg?
They should be greeted.
Because they should be greeted properly.
Not just greeted, but assisted. So what's the first step in our operating model?
Assistance.
Customer orientation. Customer orientation. Good morning. I'm Mike. What's your name? Melinda. Melinda, is this the first time you've been here? Well, let me tell you about how it works. Okay, now what happens with Melinda? Could she leave? Say, thanks very much, I'm gonna come back. Or could she stay and do the thing right now? So I have an option here. Leave, arrow going out, stay. All right, she's gonna stay. Now what happens?
Introduce.
She needs a pot. Okay, so the next stage in our operating model is pot selection. Now I have an operating decision to make. Do I have a big room with all the pots where a person goes in there and just picks one? Actually, I have a space problem because I want maximal space where people can actually do the painting. Do I want to have a pot room, or do I want to store the pots out back and I have a catalog, maybe on a screen where you can look and pick a pot and then somebody will run out back and get the pot for you? Operating decision. All right, so the person selects the pot, now what? I'm just going to keep going here. Well, say they need paint, they need brushes, not ready for that yet. They just got a pot. They just picked a pot. Now what? What kind of business is this? It's customer facing. And if we think about the 21st century, businesses are no longer just selling products or services. They're creating experiences. They're creating experiences. We're going to talk about that today. How you do that. If I'm creating an experience, then the next step in my operating model is you have to go to the dressing room. And what do we do in the dressing room? You have the customer put a smock on. And what do we have on the back of the smocks?
Your logo?
What's on the back of football jerseys? Names. So we put names on the smocks like Picasso, Michelangelo. Put your smock on. Now you're Picasso. What else do you need? Those French berets, right? Like the artists wear. So you put your beret on, you put your smock on with Picasso on the back, and as you come out of the dressing room, what do I have on the wall?
Wine.
I know where your head's at. We might have one. I might indeed have one. But I have a mirror. Why? Because I want you to see how silly you look in a beret and smock. Why? Because when you look yourself in the mirror, you're going to smile. You're going to laugh. Because this is not serious art. This is an experience, right? So I'm creating an experience out of it by dressing you up. And, all right, so now what?
Take a picture.
You got it. Or maybe I take a picture. That's a good idea. That's a good idea, right? So take picture. Give them some wine, whatever. So then what? Then we have paint
Selection.
selection. So I got to give you the paint and the brushes. Give you a kit, right? Then what? Do I want people sitting over in the corner by themselves? What's the whole point of this thing? It isn't about the art, it's about the social interaction. So I want people to meet people. I want it to be a fun kind of thing. So I have work, station, assignment. I'm going to assign you to a place to sit and do your stuff so you meet other people. Right? Okay. Then what? Well, what do I make sure is in my big workroom? A large window. Why? So when people drive or walk past, they go, I don't know what they're doing in there, but they sure seem to be having a lot of fun. So I'm conveying that to the public. Okay? So then the person completes the work. They complete the painting, right? So there's a question. Do they complete? No. Then I have to store it so they can come back, right? If yes, then what?
Fire.
Submit for firing. All right, submit for firing. This could be a major.
Operation.
Come on, someone's gonna get it. This could be a major. What? Bottleneck.
Oh, yeah.
I can only fire so many of these things at a time in the kiln. So I make an operating decision. Do we fire in real time, or do we do all the firing at night from 8 to 10 when people are gone, and then you come back and pick it up?
What did you write after workstation fashion?
Workstation, what?
After that, what did you write? In the next
Oh,
line?
workstation assignment, complete the painting.
Okay.
I'm just making this up.
I just want to see.
So then what? So we're going to submit it for firing. It's going to be fired tonight. You come back tomorrow, pick it up, or whenever you want. And when do I want the customer to pay? When they come back to pick it up? Hell no, they don't come back. It's fun. So before they get their pot, so collect payment. You could have storage points in here. You could have things breaking off these boxes in terms of other activities and things that are going on. But my point is, you want to map your operating model. Map your operating model. So, as an example, if we think about Diane was in the program a couple years ago. Diane, this neat lady, she's a teacher's assistant, and she starts collecting bicycles until she's collected about 30. And she fixes the bikes up and cleans them up, and she opens a bike rental business. And her angle, her shtick, her uniqueness, her differentiation is that she will bring the bicycle to you and come back and pick it up. So, who's she focusing on? Maybe students on the campus, maybe people at hotels in South Bend when the weather's nice, who looking for something to do on the weekend or trail or something. So that's her whole, but if we start thinking about her operating model, it starts with, how does she take orders? Do you order on the phone? Can you order online through her website or her Facebook business page? An order's placed. Well, this is a big problem because I have to not just accept the order, I have to be able to quickly check my inventory of bikes that are available, right? And you want the bike at noon on Saturday, right? And my problem is not just, do I have a bike available for you and you want a child's bike or an adult bike or whatever, but I have to deliver it.
Yes.
And the delivery part is a nightmare. Why? Because I got a delivery over here towards Elkhart, and I got a delivery over here towards the west side of town, and I got, I want to be as efficient as I can when I make my runs and drop bikes off and pick bikes up. I want to combine those two. That's a logistical complexity. So she has to map out her system for doing that. She has to map out how she collects the bikes back, how she cleans them up and desanitizes them, how she oils the chain or whatever's involved in adjusting the seat, whatever, so it's ready to go with the next, but a systematic approach. And what you see is all these other things flow from your operating model. Your operating model will determine your capacity. How many orders can you handle in an hour? How many orders can you handle in a day? She couldn't handle orders for 200 bicycles. Not just because she doesn't have that many bicycles, she just doesn't have the capacity to serve 200 customers in a day. Yeah.
Can I give an operational worst case scenario really fast?
You can.
Okay, my family and I flew to Scotland, but we stopped in Paris, Air France. We got there, snowstorm hit, and there was a line forming. I ended up having to stand in line for 11 hours to get a boarding pass from my family, get boarding passes. We had to sleep on the floor in the airport.
I think it's just because the French don't like Americans.
What happened, we found out later, was that they were having problems in line with people that had visa problems. So instead of having someone, they take care of the visas, they made everybody in line wait. So my two autistic kids, my 75-year-old mother, and myself had to sleep on the floor. We missed 2 days of our trip. They lost our luggage. We had to buy all new clothes, and they had to pay us for all the new clothes for 4 people. And my kids will never fly to Air France again. If I say Air France in our house, they have a reaction. So they lost 4 customers for life because they did not do one simple thing of having another person.
A smart operating model would have anticipated that.
So that's the worst case scenario that I can think of with operations.
No, that's what.
Yeah. And I've been in that airport. Not fun. So capacity, that's a big issue with each of you is how many t-shirts can you make in a day? How many, if you're doing voiceovers, how many voiceovers can you handle in a week? And so capacity. Second, we've talked about bottlenecks, but you want to actually note where the bottleneck points are once you map out the process, where are the bottleneck points and what's my approach for handling those? What's a key bottleneck in a restaurant experience?
Ordering.
Yes.
When you walk in the door and you go to the maitre d' and you want to be seated, right? That's a backup point. That's a bottleneck, right? Do you have a strategy for dealing with that bottleneck? Who are the most miserable looking people on the planet?
Hungry.
People out there sitting, waiting for a table at a restaurant,
Yeah.
right? Because you're thinking, I worked my butt off all week, I'm spending my hard-earned money at this restaurant, and I gotta sit here for 40 minutes and wait. And the restaurant acts like, look at how important we are. We got all these people. That's idiocy. The smart restaurant does what with that bottleneck? Send people to the bar. Provide free
Yeah.
hors d'oeuvres or something. Yeah, manage the bottleneck. Have a strategy for the bottleneck. So, here's a big issue, quality levels. Here's a question, I bet the bunch of you haven't thought of. People don't think of this. Who's in business? Who's up and running, selling? Somebody. What are you providing?
Doing construction now.
Construction.
Yeah.
So, do you offer good quality?
That's correct.
Do you?
Yeah.
Sure.
Yeah. He's the reason of my prize.
I'm asking them, and I would ask any of you the same question. Do you offer good quality? Now here's where I'm going to piss them off. I'm going to say, no you don't. And now he's ready to hit me. Because he's going, of course I do. And I say, no you don't. He says, yes I do, I offer superb quality. I say, you don't know. And the reason I say you don't know, and he may know, is in order to offer good quality. So Kenneth asked me if this is my program, do I offer good quality?
Do you offer good quality?
Hell yes I do, Ken. Now ask me how I know.
How do you know?
Surveys.
I don't know. Why don't I know? Because to know whether you offer good quality, what's the first thing you have to do? You have to define what you mean by quality and how it is measured. What's the quality of this presentation? Well, if you're judging the quality, you may go, was it interesting? There's a criterion for quality, an interesting presentation. If you're judging the quality of the presentation, you want it to be entertaining. Because if it's entertaining, you learn easier. And if you're judging the quality, you don't care whether it's interesting or entertaining, you just want to know how informative it is. Those are three different measures of
Quality.
Quality. Could you take a course like this? It'd be very interesting, quite entertaining, and you never learn a damn thing. Well, then there's a quality problem, right? So you start by defining what you mean by quality. An airline defines quality on a couple dimensions. What's the key one? If you've flown recently, some of the airlines will make a point when they land in South Bend. They'll say something like, "Welcome to South Bend, another early arrival." Airlines, one of their measures of quality is on-time takeoff and arrival, and it's something they measure. Right? They can tell you their score. 94% of our flights were on time. But what is your definition of quality? In that bicycle business, in the voiceover business, what are the indicators of quality that you want to measure? You can't just depend on what y'all said, which is, did you do customer surveys and get good feedback? What's the problem with waiting for customer service, waiting till it's over and getting customer feedback? First problem is, it's over. The second problem is, when you ask for feedback, you only hear from two groups. The people who are really happy and the people who are really unhappy. The middle don't tend to take the time to fill out your survey or provide their satisfaction rating. And a lot of the people who give you negative feedback don't give you negative feedback. They vote with their feet. They just don't come back, and you don't notice that they're not there until it's a year later. You go, man, that guy's never come back. So you can't just depend on after the fact surveying customers. You've got to have built into your operations your definitions of quality and the way you monitor quality. You know, there was a restaurant that, here's a good example. It was a restaurant that provided good food, but what happens when people go to lunch, you know, on a work day to a business lunch? How's that work? Or it's lunchtime, you're at work, and you go to lunch.
You're on a scale.
Well, you know I've got to be back in the office in 60 minutes, or whatever it is, 45 minutes, right? So there was a restaurant that when you came in for lunch, for business lunch, the minute you sat down, they put, you know, like a timer or an hourglass on your table. Starts ticking, right? Which, that's to tell you they're on the case. You're going to get your meal in 12 minutes, so you have time to eat it and consume it and have conversation and get back to the office. But they're incorporating their quality measure, which is how fast we get the food out to you, into their operations. Consistency. Tell me something. If you went out someplace as a customer, and you went to the place and you bought their product or service, and afterwards I had you rate it, and you rated it 8 out of 10, pretty good, 8 out of 10. And the next time you go, it's a 9, it's even better. And the next time you go, it's a 6, not so great. The time after that, it's a 3. The time after that, it's a 10. Off the charts, 10. Next time, it's a 10 again. Then it's a 7. Versus every time it's an 8. Which would you prefer? Everybody in here is going to say the 8. You're saying I'd like to have a 10, but if I know I'll always get an 8, I'd rather have that than the occasional 5 and the occasional 10.
Right.
Customers want consistency. Your brand identity is tied to their sense of your consistency. That I'm going to get the same thing. Every time I go to McDonald's, the burger will never be overcooked or undercooked. It's the consistency. Customers, that's what they care about.
Right.
And your operating model dictates how consistent you are. You know, you go into a place and you order a Cobb salad, and one day it's great, the next day it's so-so. That registers. So consistency. Inventory is a big issue. Your operating model defines your inventory. And inventory is critical in your businesses because what does inventory represent?
Quality.
Inventory, the raw materials you're holding, the ingredients you're holding. The inventory represents sales, but also inventory represents risk. Because the stuff you buy, if you don't turn around and sell it, you're stuck with it. That's risk. Any of the businesses in here that are involved in clothing, that's the big operating challenge they face that'll make or break the business. How much inventory should I hold of these dresses, of this size dress, of this size dress? The more I hold, the more I can solve customers' problems and give them what they want when they want it. But that means more risk because it's more stuff I might not sell. Right? The less I hold, the more I have to say to the customer, well, great, I'll get that for you. We'll have it in 5 days. Well, you're making a trade-off decision. Starting to get it. Operating model. Your operating model. You start to see why this is the most important topic. So, you want to map your operating model. You want to design procedures. Procedures. You want to have a system. And the discipline of doing it that way. There might be 5 different ways that you could do roofing in a construction project, but you don't do it 5 different ways. You've got your step-by-step process for attacking a roofing job. Systematic kind of approach. And it gets to the point where by sticking to the disciplined, systematic approach to operations, it gets to the point where you know operations so intimately, you can start to see things. There's a guy who has his operations down so right, he can walk into his restaurant at 8 o'clock at night, survey the tables, and he'll tell you how much money he's going to make that night. One of my favorite operations examples of knowing it that intimately, you know Wendy's? Well, Wendy's was started by a guy you may remember, used to do the commercials, who passed away, Dave Thomas. And Dave Thomas started the original Wendy's in Columbus, Ohio. And Wendy was his daughter. She worked at that location. The red hair and freckles, yeah. And there's a guy who worked at that first Wendy's. And I met him. And today he owns like 120 Wendy's. But he was just some kid working at Wendy's at the time. And Dave Thomas was running the thing. And Dave Thomas comes in and says to this young guy, hey, I have to go to Illinois tomorrow. I'm going to check out a new store we've just opened in Illinois. Would you like to go with me? The young kid, obviously Dave Thomas saw something in this young guy. But the young kid says, yeah, sure. So, and Dave Thomas, like a lot of entrepreneurs, even when they're successful, did not take the corporate jet. He drove to Illinois. So he picks up the kid to go over to Illinois at 5 o'clock the next morning. They're heading out. And as they get to the edge of Columbus, Ohio, as they're on the road, before he leaves town, he pulls into this Wendy's location that opened about 6 months ago. And he's driving around the parking lot. It's closed. It's 5 in the morning, 5:30 in the morning. It's not open. Here's Dave Thomas and this young guy. And they're just driving around the parking lot at Wendy's with the car window open. You can see me dating myself when I turn the handle. Put the window down. Anyway, he's looking out, driving around, looking out. What do you think he was doing?
Looking at the fire.
What was he looking at?
The atmosphere of the
It was just a parking lot, 5:30 in the morning.
Looking at the parking space.
Parking lot.
Yeah, there was nobody there. It was dead. Wasn't open yet. What's he looking at?
How full the parking lot is going to be.
Vision. He was actually driving around looking at the parking spaces. And he would go to the parking space the furthest from the door. The furthest from the door. And he'd look at the oil spots on the asphalt, on the parking surface from the cars. And so, if he went to the parking space furthest from the door, and it had enough in the way of oil stains, he could tell you how successful that restaurant was. Because the parking spot the furthest from the door is getting that many cars in it.
Yeah.
This is a home run location, this is a pretty good location, this is a problem location. There's a guy who knows his business. You need to know your business intimately. So, map your operating process. Lay it out, graph it out. Think about inputs, throughputs, and outputs. A day in the life of the business. Where are the bottlenecks likely to come? What kind of equipment comes into play at different steps in the process? Whether that's, so if I'm a cleaning business, what am I doing here? Tell me what you do now, given the conversation we've had, if you had a cleaning business. But it's how you clean a house. How would you systematically organize how you clean a house?
Top to bottom.
Okay, we start at the top floor or the basement. Do we do the blinds first? And dust the tabletop second? And the last thing is the floors? Is there a particular style we want our people to use when they spray furniture polish on the table? Is there a particular mopping approach that will put less strain on your employees' backs and allow them to clean the floor more thoroughly? That's what I'm talking about here. You don't just go, I don't know how to clean. Hey, you're my cleaning team. Go in and clean. It's, no. Here's the Morris method. Or the McMorris method for house cleaning. You have a system. You have a procedure that is your way of doing it. You put, And what does that start to do when you have a systematic approach that's your system? It becomes more consistent. The cleaning teams get better at it because it's always done one way. They can do it faster, but more thorough quality. Do you see that? So, Sue or the team? I'm going to give you 2 examples of operating models. So the team's going to pass these out. You should get 2 sheets of paper. And these are 2 actual operating models created for businesses like yours. I guess we're not going to pass them out. Time is a thing here. We got a lot to do this morning. This is a good example of what? Mike's poor operating model. So these are 3-hole punch. You can drop them into your binder under the week 6. But let me tell you a story. And this is a story from the work we do every summer in South Africa. We had an entrepreneur, and I want you to think about this entrepreneur. He's a fascinating guy, really neat guy. His name was Tondo. And Tondo was an older gentleman. He lived in the township of Khayelitsha in not much more than a shack. But what Tondo did, everybody get 2? You got 1. There's number 2.
Oh, no. You need one more.
Who doesn't have 2? These guys don't have 2. Just give a bunch to each table and they can pass them around. Okay, everybody got 2? You're missing 1? I think she's missing the first one. Okay, so don't worry about those sheets for a second. Okay, everybody got 2?
Yes.
That was painful. Okay, so here's Tondo. Tondo lives in a shack in Khayelitsha, but Tondo, in his head, had a way where he would go to the river's edge. There's a river right there in the township. He'd go to the river's edge and he'd cut river reed. He'd haul the river reed back to his place, and he had a process to take that river reed and make paper out of it. And it was nice paper. So Tondo makes and sells paper, like stationery, back when people wrote. Anyway, our students are working with Tondo. Everybody he's making paper, right?
Right.
The students are working with Tondo, and he makes this very nice stationery. And the students had helped him with packaging. And more importantly, Tondo would sell his paper at open air markets by the side of the road. But the students helped him get into 3 stores. We got into 2 stationery stores and 1 gift store, like a tourist gift store. And this is actually a perfect product for gift stores because Americans or Europeans or Asians would come to South Africa, they'd want to buy something local, and the students helped them package this as it's African and it's a green product, and they would sell stationery. Isn't that a nice story? Happy story? We came back home, everybody feeling pretty good about how that team had helped Tondo. Got him into the stores, life is good. I go back the next year, and Tondo's in deep doo-doo. I touched base with Tondo, how you doing? He said, oh, well, I'm having some problems. 2 of the stores that I got into have dropped me, and the 3rd store is about to drop me. Why? He wasn't keeping up with demand, A. B, Tondo had this vivacious personality. He needed to be out there interacting with the store owners, being in the stores with the display, to interact with customers. But Tondo spent all his time making paper. Further, so he wasn't checking on the stores often enough. They were stocking out of his paper. To a store, your scarce commodity is shelf space. So they would give the shelf space away to somebody else because Tondo hadn't been calling on him and refilling the paper. And some of these stores, because he wasn't visiting them, he wasn't building a relationship with them, he wasn't following up. Some of these stores were selling his paper and pocketing the money, saying, I don't know what you're talking about. So he's getting ripped off. So it's a bad situation. What we thought was a good situation was not a good situation. Tondo's problem wasn't so much sales and distribution, that was part of his problem, but his problem was operations. So what you see in front of you is the operating model that the students created for Tondo. Now what do you see up at the top of that operating model? A bunch of icons, a key, right?
Yeah.
So anything that's a circle means it's a production activity, right? Anything that's arrow means flow, movement. A box means it's an inspection or quality control point in my process. Upside down triangle is a storage point or inventory point. And we use a D for a delay or bottleneck to note any bottleneck points. So what do the students have to do? Because they didn't know jack about making paper. They spent hours and hours and hours. They would ask me to go there at nighttime. They'd spend hours out at Tondo's place next to him, making paper with him, learning every nuance, because it was all in Tondo's head. And what they're doing is taking what's in his head and putting it on this sheet of paper. So this is his operating model. What happens first? Inputs, throughputs, outputs. What happens first?
He cuts the reeds.
He goes to the river's edge and cuts the reeds. That should be step 1, right?
Yes.
Okay, then what?
Who's the reason in the studio?
Yes.
Carries the reeds on his shoulder or in a bag or whatever. He called it a studio. That was a pretty fancy word for what he had. This outside area where he would do work behind a shack. Okay, now what happens?
Recipes.
So the first couple steps, they've broken into what they're calling stage 1. Stage 1 seems to have to do with what?
Gathering numbers.
Raw material preparation, right? Getting the ingredients, right? So now we're going to do stage 2, which is let's process those ingredients. So what are we doing first? we're gonna cook the reeds in caustic soda for 2.5 hours. Whoa,
2.5
what do you
hours.
see over to the left?
Outside room.
What do you see over to the left? First icon.
Oh,
A D for a bottleneck point. Why is that a bottleneck point? Because I got a pot that can only hold so much reeds, right?
Right.
And they have to be in the pot for 2.5 hours. So I can't cook any more reeds. It's a bottleneck. It's a
Right.
backup point. You see?
right.
I'd like to make more paper and cook. I can only do so much at a time because I got one big
Bottleneck.
oven or cooker or whatever. All right, so then what happens? Move the reeds inside for processing. Now that they've been cooked, rinse out the caustic soda. This is a guy in poverty, he got nothing. So what kind of production equipment is he using? His washing machine. So rinse the caustic soda in a washing machine twice. Move the pulp into drums. Bleach the pulp in the drums. Move the pulp into the, well, use that washing machine again. So move it back into the washing machine. Rinse the bleached pulp several times. Then we got our first quality control point in the process. Let's test the alkaline level to get the quality of the processed pulp. And on and on and on. But this is the operating model.
Right.
Now, what's possible? Does Tondo have to be there every minute that paper is being made?
Yes, he does.
Not anymore. Now that we have an operating model, Tondo has two what we call in South Africa casual laborers. People who work when there's work.
Right.
People who work when I have some money to pay them. So he's got 2 young kids. What can those kids do? Well, now that we got the operating model, we got it laid out, it's precise. Tondo wants to be there to supervise as much as he can, but he doesn't have to be there 100% of the time, which frees him up to spend more time at the stores, interact with customers inside the store. Yeah, I'm the paper maker. This is my paper. And he has the personality for that. You get 3 things. And this is the key to having a systematic operating model. Watch what happens here. Now that we've systematized Tondo's approach to making paper, paper can be made
More.
faster, more frequently, all the time, whether Tondo's there or not. So your volume of output, the quantity you're producing, goes up. There's one win. There's 3 wins. Win, win, win. The volume of output goes up. Because you've systematized it, and we do it precisely this way each time, you're making fewer mistakes. You're having to throw away less pulp that didn't have the right alkaline level, or you're having to throw away less paper that didn't get processed to be as the same texture, the same consistency. So, unit costs come down. The amount you can produce is going up, quality. Unit cost is coming down, and quality is more consistent. Normally we think if you want better quality, you have to spend more money. No, we're saying your quality gets better, you can produce more, but your unit cost of a piece of paper is going down. That's the beauty of religiously having an operating model, having a set of steps and procedures. And when somebody else is doing it, when you're not there, they do it exactly the way you want it done every time.
Right.
I guarantee you, if we went to Sinai Chocolates, you remember her? Yvonne? There's no variation, even one little iota. in her 3-day production process to make bonbons. She's super efficient. She doesn't waste any chocolate. Her quality's always consistent. That's the beauty of approaching operations more systematic, more professional. The second one, so that's a product. Some of you are saying, well, I sell a product. Some of you are saying, no, I sell a service. So the second one, the second operating model is for a service business. Again, we're working with an entrepreneur, but this was an entrepreneur in Syracuse, New York, from the inner city who his dad had owned a funeral parlor. And his dad had passed away and he had taken over the funeral parlor. But what's happened in the funeral business is these corporate funeral operations that are like national or huge regional ones. And they're forcing out the little independent funeral home. And so they were picking off customers, especially his target audience, which was an inner city audience. He's losing business. He's struggling. And so what you see here is operating model for a funeral home. Now a funeral doesn't happen, it happens over a couple days. So you can see days in the process, the procedures and activities in each step in the process. I can still remember the moment I'm sitting in my office, the students come rushing in, having just met with the funeral home owner. Dr. Morris, we just went on our first body pickup. I'm like, what? But the point was they got into it. They spent enough time observing and studying the service that's being delivered, the experience that's being created around a funeral, and mapped out the process. So this is the key. Whether it's a product, whether it's a service, design your operating model. Ask yourself, order entry, order processing, order fulfillment, production, order delivery, customer billing and payment, after-sale service. Customer uses the product and customers will have complaints, so they'll want to return things. Map out the steps, map out the stages in the operating model. I think I told you the story about the client we had in this program who made baby bibs. And our students worked with her, and she's on Etsy. Gets her stuff featured on Etsy. Except there's a problem, because she keeps on doing things the way she's always been doing things. Meaning, she's not monitoring her Etsy account every day. And orders are coming in. Okay, so then now she has an order, and she's like, and it's like 3 days later, what do I do? Because what the students had failed to do is modify her operating model to incorporate the logistical steps around order fulfillment of an Etsy order, which means what? Well, my goal is to process Etsy orders within 12 hours of getting them. When I get an Etsy order, I have to fulfill it, make sure I have the inventory. If I don't, I have to produce the baby bib. If I have it in inventory, I have to package it. I have to decide what kind of packaging to use. Well, it's being shipped to Maine. That's a long ways. I better make sure the packaging is waterproof, because I don't want, if it gets rainy or wet or whatever, am I using FedEx? Am I using UPS? Do I go to FedEx every day at 6 o'clock to drop my shipments off? Systematically, how do I handle the invoice? What do I include in the package? Do I put promotional? When you ship stuff to customers, you always want to put promotional material in there too, right? So laying out a step-by-step procedure for the operating model. Time can be an issue in your operating model. So what's the time it takes to fill one order? What's the time it takes to make one baby dip? What's the time it takes to do one voiceover job? Lead time from suppliers. Can I get stuff in real time, or is there a 2-day wait to get inventory, to get raw materials? You want to anticipate demand distribution over time. You know, when Adele opened his virtual reality store in downtown South Bend, he can be pretty sure it ain't going to be very busy between 10 and 5 o'clock, 10 a.m. and 5 o'clock at night on Tuesdays.
Right.
He can be pretty sure his peak activity will be between 6 and 8 at night, and double down on weekends versus weekdays, which says something about his staffing requirements and the hours he should be open and that sort of thing. I think this is a good example of one of our students is working with Fryme's down the street here. You know that frying place? The problem is the guy's never open. And so what should his hours be in terms of understanding the demand distribution over the days of the week, the time of the day? It's like the Taco Bell example in terms of what does Taco Bell do? Well, their staffing between 10:30 in the morning and 2 in the afternoon is very different than their staffing between 2 in the afternoon and 5 p.m. So they're adjusting their staffing to fit so factor time in, scheduling of orders. Think about the lady picking up the bicycles. Doing that as efficiently as you can, not wasting half hour going over here and then half hour back and then over here. And so walk an order. So think about one order as it comes in, what people, whether it's just you, what people are involved in the order, what equipment is involved in the order. Are you using any technology? Are you using a software scheduling system, for instance? What inventory requirements do you have for lunchtime, for nighttime, for weekend? If you're going to the farmer's market, how much stuff do you need to take with you? What information requirements do you have to, if you have people working there and you're over here doing something else and somebody's working your farmer's market a stall, right? Well, is the person working for you able to answer these 5 questions that the typical customer is going to ask? What information requirements do your staff need to have to properly deal with customers? And then pre-purchase, customer contact points, customer purchase, customer support, order fulfillment, post-purchase. Walk an order.
Right.
Walk processing of one customer, one order, and lay it out. Get a graphical picture. Be systematic. So, this is an example of an operating model that we did for like a job placement company, a business that would place people in temporary assignments for work purposes, receptionist, whatever, office manager. Here's a big idea. If I buy a franchise, like a Subway franchise, what do I get? You buy a franchise, what do you get?
Yeah, that package,
You get the brand.
training package.
What else do you get?
Customer base.
Well, a customer following, because they've built a brand following. Yeah, that's good. What else do I get?
How the business works.
How the business works. The beauty, and there are a lot of franchises that are rip-off. The beauty of a good franchise, like a Subway franchise, is you get what's called a turnkey system. That tells you what? What does Subway tell you as a new franchisee? They tell you where to source your napkins from. They tell you what time in the morning to start baking the bread. They tell you exactly how to put the bread into the oven. They tell you when we cut the bread, we do it at a 45 degree or whatever degree angle. There's no variation. There's no guessing. It's precise. They tell you where the pickles go and where the lettuce goes. They tell you the exact procedure for making a tuna sub. No variation. They introduce portion control so that you're always using the exact same amount of tuna in 3 scoops, done this way. Turn your wrist this way, not that way, or whatever. It's precise. Do you get that? What does that allow in the franchise? Consistency, so that you go to this subway, this subway, this subway, there ain't no difference.
Right.
It also ensures efficiency. They're not wasting or throwing a lot of lettuce away, throwing a lot of tuna away. Your costs are lower. You're doing the job the same way every time. And think about when you do the job the same way every time, what happens? This is something called the experience curve or the learning curve effect. If I cut grass, right? I cut grass. And I cut your lawn, or my lawn, whatever lawn, right? But, you know, there's all kinds of ways to do it. Go this way, go at an angle, go do around the objects first, and then do the main area, or whatever. But what happens the more times I cut my own grass? I develop a system in my head. And I always use that system so that I'm not even thinking about what I'm doing when I cut the grass. And what happens is I get better at cutting that lawn. I can do it faster. I make fewer screw-ups that I have to go back and fix. That's the whole thing with production or operations inside your business. Systematize it. So the idea here is, this is a cool idea. Run your business like it's a franchise, even if it's not a franchise.
Okay.
Run your business like, get those procedures in place. Have those steps in mind. Do the cleaning job the same way every time, and your cleaning staff will be able to do 2 more jobs in a day. Does that make sense?
Yeah.
I just think that's such a powerful idea. If you start looking at, okay, let's say this was a franchise. How would I systematically organize it, just like Subway does? You know what one of the most successful franchise systems in the United States is over the last decade? It's an output called 1-800-GOT-JUNK. 1-800-GOT-JUNK. But I can tell you, because I've used their service, it is systematic. They carry stuff up and down the stairs a particular way. They put stuff on their feet. They put stuff on their arms. Everything is done systematically when they come all your junk away. And that's why it's such a successful operation. So think of it like a franchise, even if it's not a franchise. Here's another big idea. How many of you have ever been in a play? You never been in a play? You didn't like play the baby Jesus and the Christmas play? When you go to a play, what do you see on the stage?
What's that?
You see props. You see actors wearing costumes, standing in particular locations, right? You may see some curtains. What do you never see?
The lights.
You don't see the guy who's running the lights. You don't see the woman who's running the sound system as the sound effects coming in. You don't see the guys who move the props in and out between acts. You don't see the makeup artist. You don't see the quick change costume person that helps you switch from this costume to that costume. You don't see all those things. That's backstage. For some of your businesses, not all of them, but some of them, you might want to make a distinction between what you call front stage operations, the things the customer sees, and what you call backstage operations, the parts of your operations that happen that the customer doesn't see. The lady with the bicycle business, the front stage is her website, the customer sees that. The front stage is the delivery of the bicycle, the pickup of the bicycle, the phone call, whatever. But the backstage, the customer never sees your maintenance process, your cleaning the bicycles and getting rid of, what is it called? Antiseptically cleaning the bicycles, never sees. What I'm suggesting is for some of your businesses, you might actually have a front stage model and a backstage model, that both of which you want to be efficient on, both of which you want to be systematic on. We had some kids years ago. This is a good example of the concept in entrepreneurship we call the window of opportunity, the optimal time period to launch a business of a particular type. So these kids start this business, and it was kind of a neat idea. It was called Capture Camp. Capture Camp. And their idea was this. You go on vacation. Now, you have to understand, this is some years ago, before cell phones had cameras. Okay? So they came up with this brilliant idea. What we're going to do is we're going to start this business called Capture Cam. When people go on vacation, so they go to Disney, or they go on a cruise, or they go somewhere. Park, I don't know. When people go on vacation, we will have kiosks set up at the vacation location. So they had like 5 kiosks set up outside of Disney. We will have kiosks set up and we will rent you a camera. You then go and have your day at Disney in the Magic Kingdom and use our camera to film your day. At the end of your day, you turn the camera in and you turn the footage in. They will take the footage and make it into a movie with a title, with, what do you call it?
Captions?
Captions and the credits. The credits, who's being featured in the movie, right? And they will add scenes, like a sunset scene, but they put music in the back and they'll make it a production. And they would have the movie processed and shipped. And in many cases, they could have the movie at your house by the time you got home from vacation. Now that business would never work today because cell phones have cameras, but back then it was kind of a cool idea. Some interesting challenges if you were Capture Cam. So for instance, when do you market to people? When do you do your marketing? Try to reach people going on vacation. What? After they book the vacation? After they arrive at the destination. Why? Because if we market to people before they go on vacation, they'll just remember to borrow a camera from somebody. So their whole marketing was to go into the hotels at places like around Disney. And you know, when you go into your hotel, you're in your room, you're looking around, they would do a deal with the hotel where they could put tabletop tents featuring capture cam in the hotel rooms. Well, now people are in their hotel, they're except going to Disney in the morning, and oh, we captured, maybe we ought to do that. That'd be cool if we actually filmed ourselves with Mickey or whatever. So that's what they did. Yeah, what would front stage operations be for capture cam? Front stage.
The kiosk.
The kiosks. The key to the front stage is the kiosks. And the kiosks are really well managed. Their concept, you know what clappers are? You ever seen those old movies where they go cut or action or whatever? Well, they have these kiosks stuck up in the sky with these clappers sticking up in the air. And the kiosk was well designed. Why? Because you got to adjust your operations to flow over the day and over the week. And if you're going into Disney, when are you getting all your traffic? Not randomly across the day. People flock into Disney the minute the gates open. Right? So between whatever, 9 o'clock in the morning and 11, 90% of our business is going to happen. Right? And so now we got these kiosks. Right? What's the problem? Everybody at 8:45 is heading for the gates, right? There's the capture cam kiosk, but there's a line, right? And you're like, I want a camera, but
Too many people.
I want to get into Disney. Forget it, let's just go. So what they did was they adjusted the kiosks so they would open on 3 sides. And so they quickly process people. And what they do is, if you're in line, they hand you a director's clipboard while the person in front of you is getting their camera, and you would check off the stuff you wanted added to your footage. You'd write the names of the credits that you want included in your footage. So I'm keeping you busy. You're filling out the sheet. I got a TV screen running, continuous loop, how to be a great director. Don't take shots with the sun right here or whatever. Suddenly you got your camera and you go. That's front stage. What's backstage? The processing of the videos. So I have to make some operating decisions. How many times a day do we have a run to go by every kiosk, pick up the footage, take it to the offsite, the old warehouse where we sat back there and make the videos? Step-by-step procedure for processing the video. As soon as we get the video, we dupe it. We make 2 copies so we never lose your memories. Okay, here's the process for first putting in the credits. Here's the process for adding. Here's the process for doing the music. Here's the order we do it in. That's all backstage. Make sense? Okay. So, think about it as running like a franchise. Think about it as a stage. You're putting on a performance every day. That's what entrepreneurs do. Your website is a stage. Your business is a stage. Here's another big idea that I think can help you. I really believe in this. It's called customer moments of truth. Moments of truth. A moment, if you're going to laugh at this, but that's okay. A moment of truth is a pregnant instance of customer interface. It sounds a little awkward, but I'll explain it. A pregnant instance of customer interface. If you go to a restaurant, any of you go to a restaurant, how many moments of customer interface are there? The average person that I ask this question of, and I have them write it down, will come up with 8. Well, you're greeted. You're seated and your order is taken. The food is brought out. You get the bill. You leave. moments of customer interface. And I called them pregnant because they're ripe for value creation. The insightful person, and this is also something I encourage you to map. Graph it out. How many moments of truth are there in an experience with a customer in your business? In fact, in a restaurant, there are about 38 moments of truth. 38, not 8. If you drive by the restaurant and it's got a neon sign and 3 of the letters are burnt out, what's the customer do?
Drive by.
They make a judgment about you and your business and your quality based on the fact that you can't even keep your lights on. If you walk by the restaurant and the glass windows are all caked and cloudy and nasty, what are you thinking? Well, what do the pots and pans look like? Right? That's a moment of truth. If you pull into the parking lot and the parking lot at the restaurant is strewn with trash, and as you get out of your car, a rat scurries across your feet, what are you thinking? You're thinking that rat looks pretty fat. I bet he was just in the kitchen where my food's prepared. That's a moment of truth. What's a big moment of truth in a restaurant experience? The bathroom. The bathroom. Right? You go into the bathroom and it's just nasty. Right? Now, what did I call these moments of truth? Pregnant moments of customer interface. Pregnant in the sense that I can take a moment of truth and I creatively identify ways to enhance the value I'm creating at that moment of truth. So, I don't know about you ladies, but many of the gentlemen in the room will tell you it's not unusual to go into the bathroom at a restaurant and use the urinal, and you're standing there doing your business, and they've got the sports page on the wall over the urinal. Well, if I'm standing there doing my business, reading the sports page, what am I not doing? I'm not looking at the dirty floor. I'm not looking at whatever else didn't get done in the bathroom. I'm managing the moment of truth in a creative way. Some of them even put TV screens in there. If you think about, take a break in just a second. If you think about some restaurants will put a big sign on the wall every 15 minutes, an employee has to come in and initial that they've cleaned the bathroom. That's not there for the employees. That's there for you. It's reinforcing we're cleaning this place every 15 minutes. Whether they are or aren't is another question. You're starting to get moments of truth. Identify the moments of truth. So a big moment of truth in a restaurant experience is when you go in and they don't have a table for you and they make you wait. Right? Well, some of them manage that negative moment. So a lot of moments of truth can be negative. You're trying to neutralize them or make them positive. So some restaurants will give you a timer that you carry with you that'll light up when your table's ready. Right? It's like magic. My table's ready. Go. But the more creative entrepreneur would do what? Those people sitting in there, looking like they're on death row, waiting for their table. I'd hire a juggler. I'd entertain them while they're waiting. I'd hire a storyteller. Now what happens? Oh, your table's ready. Wait, I want to hear the end of the story. You've taken a negative and turned it into a positive. Map your moments of truth. There are a lot of them. Make sure you're managing all of them. Look for ways to enhance value. I visit my daughter, I have a daughter, I have 4 daughters. And one of them lives in North Carolina, so I fly down there to see her. And if you don't want, there's a place you don't want to go in August, it's Charlotte, North Carolina, because it's just muggy, it's just awful. And anyway, I fly down there to visit her, and when I go down there, I rent a car at the airport, and I drive up to where she stays, and I spend some time with her. Now think about when I'm returning that rental car. Flying, as most of you probably know, used to be an exciting or glamorous thing. Today it's just misery. It's just not, there's nothing fun about flying. And that's when you don't have to wait for 12 hours in a line. Flying is full of anxiety, right? Will the plane be on time? How long will it take to get through security? Will I miss my connection because I got to go through Atlanta? There's all this hassle. So you're feeling anxious anyway. I'm bringing the car back to the airport in Charlotte, and at the time, you parked slightly off-site, and a bus would take you to the terminal. Well, when will the bus be here? Will it be on time? Does it have to pick up 10 other people? Are we ready to go? I want to get to the terminal. I want to get in the security line. So, I put the car out there. Now, it used to be you had to go into the place and turn your car in, but they have a guy with a scanner right out there. That's managing a moment of truth, using technology and having a guy scan the car so you can go straight to the bus stop. So they get to the bus stop. And it was quite interesting because I was like, come on, where's the bus? Let's go. But some creative manager had put there at the bus stop while I'm sitting there feeling anxious. I'm looking at you thinking, I'm getting on that bus faster than you do. But the manager had put, what do you call it? We got one back there. Your cooler full of ice and cold drinks at the bus stop. That's just brilliant. What a thoughtful thing to do. Let me have a bottle of water, open the water, oh, there's the bus, let's go. You enhance the experience with something simple, just thoughtful. My favorite example of this, managing moments of truth, was this entrepreneur we worked with in the early days in South Africa. And this woman had a vision. Man, she had a vision. It was a crazy vision. It was a dumb vision. It was a brilliant vision. What had happened is, because of apartheid, where people of color had no rights, the world, including the U.S. was the toughest, had sanctions on South Africa. You couldn't buy American stuff. A lot of countries had sanctions, but you could get around them. You needed a Japanese copy, you could get one easy. But you couldn't get anything American. And we were tough. In fact, many of our companies actually that had operations, like Ford Motor Company had plants making cars in South Africa. They shut them down and sold off the plants. Pulled out. But this lady, so Nelson Mandela has been released from prison. Elections have been scheduled where everybody can vote. So for the first time in history, we had a revolution that didn't involve bloody civil war. There were some people killed, but it wasn't an open, it was a fairly peaceful transition from minority control to majority. This woman, being an entrepreneur, being forward-looking, anticipating what's coming, says, well, the sanctions are coming off. And the minute the sanctions come off, South Africa is one of the most beautiful countries in the world. All these tourists are coming back. She's ready. So she starts a business You see, in sub-Saharan Africa, you have big cities, and you have a lot of people who live in smaller cities and villages and rural areas where there's no work, so they move to the big cities. But they can't afford to live in the big cities. So they find some non-arable land, and they squat. And they get some timber and some corrugated metal, and they build a shack. And within 10 years, that shack has turned into 1.5 million shacks. So like in Kailicha, one of the townships, or Guguletu, there's almost 2 million people living today. So right outside the cities are these shanty towns. This lady's dream was, when a tourist come back, I'm going to do, they're called townships, I'm going to do township tours. I'm going to give the tourists tours of these shanty towns. People thought she was nuts. What a stupid idea. It's like, hey, let's go on vacation. We'll go into the hood in Detroit.
Right.
And die. But she was right and they were wrong. These tourists, because the majority of South Africans live in these townships today. And a lot of history with the struggle happened there. This is where so-and-so was killed. This is where so-and-so made a famous speech. This is a monument for this. So what happened was there was actually immediately demand for these township tours. And today, that's a huge industry in South Africa. But this lady was the pioneer. She was the first. And it was kind of interesting in the early days of doing it because people would sign up for these township tours, and she had these mini buses or these big vans, and she'd go and she had a good operating model, how long, what we're doing, where we go, what we show, what's the colorful commentary on the microphone while we're riding around. But at one point in the township tour, the van or the minibus would stop. These are like dirt roads, shacks, people cutting chicken heads off in the middle of the street. At one point in the township tour, the bus would stop and everybody got off, and there was a little township restaurant. We're going to go in and we're going to have a traditional African meal. And all the people on the bus go, when the bus pulls up to the restaurant, I'm not hungry. Keep moving. They didn't want to get off the bus. That was a moment of truth. What did this brilliant lady do? How did she manage that moment of truth?
Brought the food out to him.
Brought the food out to the van? That's a good idea. No, what she did was she got all the cook staff and the wait staff in the little restaurant, and they were standing out on the street as the bus pulls up. And they're all dancing. And they're all singing.
Right.
Now what happens when the bus pulls up? Everybody wants to get out, learn the dance. Everybody wants to sing the song. And these are the people that are going to be taking care of you. You see the magic in that. Taking a negative moment of truth and turning it into net new value creation. Amen?
Amen.
Let's take a break. A few more concepts about operations. I do want to take a couple minutes this morning and talk about pricing as well, how to save prices. But before we leave operations, so this example of moments of truth in a restaurant experience, let's come back to this idea that you're not selling a product or service, you're creating experiences. What does that mean, creating experiences? Memorable, yeah, but the operative word with an experience, what makes an experience different than simply a purchase? Yeah. The difference is engagement, how much you're engaging the customer. You have, for them to have an experience, you have to engage them. You know, most of the transactions that you go through as a customer are nothing more than that. I needed a product or service, I bought it. But to turn that into an experience is to engage the customer. And the classic example, the most brilliant example, is this woman entrepreneur who started Build-A-Bear. What did she do? She took what historically had been go to the store and buy a teddy bear and turned it into an experience where you come to the store, and teddy bears is an old mature industry. You come to the store and you build the bear. And it's not just that you're building the bear, it's actually a very clever model, because they give you the sense that the bear is being customized when 90% of the bear is already put together. So you're picking the eye color, the buttons on the front. But importantly, what happens? You name the bear. The bear gets a birth certificate. It is an experience. It's a brilliant experience. So I can charge 50% more for the bear because I've turned it into an experience. And that's that whole correlation. More value you're creating, the more you can charge. So what's interesting about this whole world of experiences is they try to study how do you create an experience. A lot of the best work is coming from these guys that design video games. Because these video games have gotten so good that you watch somebody playing a game and they're nervous, or they're excited, or they're whatever, but they're engaged. How do you do that in a retail context, in the context of dealing with a customer? Here's the key. An experience is sensory. So you want to ask in your own business, if I want to not just sell my product or service, but create an experience, what do I want the customer to see? What visual stimulation do I want them to have? What do I want the customer to think cognitively? What's going on in their head? How am I trying to influence what they're thinking about and how they're thinking? What do I want the customer to feel? Experiences have an emotional component. What feelings am I going to? Feelings of pride, feelings of patriotism, feelings of whatever. Motherhood. And then what do I want the customer to do? Because if I make them do things, those actions force a level of engagement. What do I want the customer, and you systematically think this through. Let me give you an example. Now, my last name is Morris, and the Morrises that I'm from are Irish. So my mother's side, my dad's side, Irish. So I've had the fortune in life to visit Ireland a few times. And it's a really neat place. I'd recommend it to anybody. But one of the things if you go to Ireland that you will always end up doing, it's hard to avoid, is you'll go to an Irish pub.
It's Ireland.
And Irish pubs in Ireland are very different than Irish pubs in America. Irish pubs in America are just bars that have green walls and shamrocks. But an Irish pub in Ireland is a family place. There are children there. The dog by the fireplace. It's a different motif. It's a community center. So let's think about an Irish bar in America. Unfortunately, they call it an Irish bar, but that's just because the walls painted green. They got a shamrock in the bathroom, and they're selling Harp beer and Guinness. How can I turn that into an experience? I ask my questions. What do I want the customer or the patron to see physically? Well, that could have to do with the color scheme, it could have to do with the layout, it could have to do with the artwork I put on the walls, it could have to do with the way employees are dressed. What do I want them to see that reinforces this is an Irish experience? What do I want them to be thinking about? Do I want them thinking about the luck of the Irish? Do I want them thinking about the tragic history of the Irish? The Irish were totally pummeled for centuries by the British. Do I want them to think about the literary history of Ireland, the brilliant poets and writers that came from there? What am I trying to reinforce in terms of thinking? I want them to think of themselves, no matter who they are or where they're from, as being Irish. That we're all Irish. We all want the luck of the Irish. We all want the gift of gab of the Irish, or whatever. What do I want them to do? So here's what I do. First of all, I know my customers. My staff knows my customers. So when somebody new walks into my Irish pub, what happens? Ah, you're new here. Have you been here before? No. Welcome, Lassie. Now, as your first time here, we have a custom. We want to welcome you, but in a minute you tell us your name, what happens? Everybody in the place, all the other customers say,
My name.
welcome. Then what? Well, we have a ritual. The bartender comes out and he hands you a sheet of music that is an Irish shanty. You have to sing it. And the minute she sings the second word in the Irish shanty, what happens? Everybody in the place starts singing with her. She's engaged. She's having an Irish experience. She's part of something. She's not just going in, ordering a beer and drinking her beer. That's what I mean by experiences. Your ability to transform imaginatively the customer interaction into more than a transaction, into some kind of experience centering on what you're doing. Whether that's the funeral experience, or the wedding experience, or the birthday party experience, or the experience of home health care, or you name the business. But how do I turn voiceovers into an experience that the client is getting in terms of how their identity is being reflected in your voice, your work, your art? So, does this experience thing make sense?
Yeah.
Number of powerful ideas here. There's a couple more, but we're down on time. I want to take a moment and talk about the difference between those of you who sell products and those of you who sell services, and some of you sell both. What's different between selling a product and selling a service? The what? Whoa. There's the big word. Products are tangible, which means services are intangible. That's huge. Here's why it's huge. Here's the question. You see, I guess we ought to give another book away, but see who gets this right, okay? I got two businesses next door to each other. One is a Sherwin-Williams paint store. They sell cans of paint. So they sell a product. Next door is Abigail's hair salon. She does people's hair. She's selling a service. 1 hour goes by, and neither one of them has any customers. Which one of the two is worse off?
Sherwin-Williams.
Product.
Yes. No,
Who says it's a product business?
right here.
Who says it's a service business?
Who said they don't know?
I got no clue. The answer is the service business. Why? You ready to hear it? Up why?
Because they get paid by the hour, every hour that she doesn't do her service, she's losing it. The item, the product, fair no matter.
If an hour goes by in the paint store, they can make it up the next hour because their product is held in inventory. So no sales this hour, I can sell twice as much paint the next hour. But with a hair salon, if an hour goes by and my chair is empty, I've lost that revenue forever. Airplane takes off with 10 empty seats, they've lost that revenue forever. That's the key. Services are intangible, so they can't be held in inventory. Meaning, an hour lost is an hour lost. It's more than that. Services aren't just intangible. They're not just not inventoriable, but, and a hair salon actually has services and products, so I'm just focused on the service side. I'm going to give, might not, but Torrance a haircut. Assuming he has hair. Okay? I'm going to give Torrance a haircut. I'm going to give Kenneth a haircut. Assuming he has hair. I give both of those guys the exact same haircut. Is it exactly the same?
No.
Why not? Forget the experience, just focus on the haircut. Well, a lot of you didn't know about Torrance. Torrance is right ear is a little higher than his left ear. Do I have to adjust the haircut to where his ears are? Kenneth has a bump on the side of his head. Do I have to adjust the haircut to that shape of the skull?
Yeah.
Services, by their definition, involve customization. There's a level of customization. Even if I'm doing something like, what's that called? Power spraying your sidewalk or your driveway, that's a service. I have to adjust it to the stains that are in your sidewalk, to the kind of shrubbery you have, next to your sidewalk. So services involve customization to some degree or a high degree. And if they're customized, that means it's hard to achieve economies with high volume. Because you're customizing, it takes longer to deliver a given service. If you provide counseling services, coaching services, you have to tailor the coaching to the person you're coaching. It's hard to get the kind of volumes that will allow your costs to come down. So you don't get the economies of volume with services that you do with products. You're starting to see differences between selling a product, selling a service?
Yes.
Here's the biggest one. So, I use a guy to do my taxes every year. Have for a long time. Used his father passed away, use him. Does my taxes every year. Italian guy in New Jersey. Haven't been audited. He does my taxes each year. He's providing a service. Here's a question for you. Because it's intangible, it's not like a TV that's tangible. See, there's another big difference with services. If I buy a physical product, when do I consume it? If I buy a TV, when do I consume it? No, I consume it over the next 5 years because I have the TV. It's a physical object. If I get a massage or a counseling session, when do I consume it?
Right now.
As it's being produced. So with services, you have simultaneous consumption and production. They're being produced as the customer is using them up. But back to my tax guy. He does my taxes. I get my return from him each year. Here's my question for you. How do I judge the quality of an intangible? How do I judge the quality of an intangible?
By the consistency.
How do I judge the quality of this guy
You're not getting
doing my
audited.
taxes?
You're not getting audited.
I'm not getting audited. That might be an indicator. That's something that's not happening. Some of you would say, well, Mike, do you get any money back?
Yeah,
Do you get a return?
of the return.
Yes, I got a return. I got some money back this year. But when I looked at how much I was getting back, I might go, could I have gotten more? Did he take the time with me this year? Or is he really busy this year? He did my taxes, but the problem with services is customers have a hard time judging quality because you're selling an intangible. I can judge the quality of a TV. I can see how it's made. I can see its heft. I can see the clarity of the picture. With a service, it's intangible. So, here's what happens. Tiffany calls up a package delivery service. She needs to get a package to California. Okay? The company comes to pick up her package. It's a service, delivering packages. The company comes to pick up Tiffany's package, and the guy shows up in a van, and the van is all beat up and dented with graffiti painted on it. The guy gets out, he's got a big old beer gut. You can see his belly button. He's wearing one of those white beater shirts with armpit stains, and he's got a tattoo about his mama on this arm and some disgusting tattoo on this arm. He smells like he bathed about 2 months ago, and he says, "All right, lady, where's the package?" Where you say?
Or so.
You got the wrong house. I didn't call you that. What does Tiffany do? No, but let's look at this more carefully. Look at it more carefully. Hold on a second. Tiffany, I can show you evidence. Evidence is a big word. I can show you evidence that our on-time package delivery record is the best in the business. Nobody gets them there faster or more on time than us. I can show you, we lose fewer packages than anybody. We're amazing. What's Tiffany say? I don't care, look at that truck, look at that driver. What happens with services is people look for cues. And they make their judgments of the quality of your service based on the cues. So even though you're phenomenal in your package delivery, she's judging your quality based on what she can see, based on the cues, based on the evidence. So the lesson to the entrepreneur is you need to manage the evidence. Identify and manage the cues. So what does FedEx do? They wash those trucks, every one of them in their fleet, every 2 weeks. That's a hell of an expense. All the water, all the labor, and they have thousands and thousands of trucks. They wash those trucks every 2 weeks. If you've ever met a FedEx driver, she or he's wearing a clean, no stains, ironed uniform. Even in the summer when they're wearing shorts, it's ironed, it's clean, it's professional. That person has been trained in customer etiquette. If you've ever run into a FedEx driver on an elevator or anywhere, they're in a hurry, but they're proper. They're courteous. They're managing the evidence when they dress that driver, when they teach that driver customer etiquette, when they wash that truck. They're managing the evidence. You know, I take my car to one of these quick change oil places. I don't know if you've ever been to one.
Oh, yeah.
The problem I have when I go to a quick change oil place is I pull my car in, I go wait in the little wait area. 10 minutes later, my car's done. I pay them a bunch of money, and I leave, and then I'm going, did they really change my oil? It was awful fast. If they're smart, what do? They come in to me when I'm in the wait area, and they bring my old oil filter, and they show it to me. Look how dirty that was. You got a nice clean one on there now. They are managing the evidence. When I finish at the quick lube place, they give me a report card on my car. They tell me what my tire pressure is. They tell me your transmission fluid's okay, but 6 months from now you ought to probably have it replaced. They not just score my card, but they're giving me feedback. That report card is evidence. Think about something we all do. You go to the doctor. Doctors are notoriously not especially customer oriented. So even though you're a single mom with 3 kids trying to get to work, but you got to take a kid to the doctor, and you have a 9 o'clock appointment, the doctor will see you whenever they get around to seeing you. So you end up sitting in the weight room. You ever been in a doctor's weight room?
Yeah.
Right? And there's a person over there, and you're wondering, what has she got? I don't want to get it. And so you look down. And when you look down, there's a table in front of where you're sitting, and there's magazines on the table, and there's a copy of People magazine from 2007. That magazine is evidence. And what do I start thinking when I look at that old magazine? Medicine changes a lot all the time. I wonder how much this doctor's on top of things. Sounds like he's pretty out of date to me. People make judgments based on the cues, based on the evidence. Manage the evidence. And so 2 principles. Manage the evidence, tangibilize the intangible. Manage the evidence and tangibilize the intangible. So, I have to travel a lot. And I have to travel down to Atlanta. So I go through all the hassles at the airport. I get there way early. I got to get on a plane. I get to Atlanta, and I get on the train there at the airport, and I go downtown to my hotel. By the time I finally get to the hotel, it's 7:30 at night. I check into the hotel, put my stuff in the room, go out to get a bite to eat. Have some dinner, come back to my hotel room. It's about 9 o'clock. And I walk in my room. And there, on the pillow, on the bed, is a mint. And I say to myself, there's a mint on the pillow. And I say to myself, that wasn't there when I checked in. Why is there a mint on the pillow?
Yes.
Okay, the bed's been turned down. I mean, I'm an older guy and I probably have my frailties, but I know how to turn my own bed down. I don't need somebody to come in and do that for me. Why has the bed been turned down? Why is there a mint there? Because it's evidence. Evidence of what? Somebody's been there. They're trying to tell me, we've been here looking after you. We came in and did a quick vacuum, but you might never notice the quick vacuum. What will you notice? The mint. The mint is evidence. They don't think I have a sweet tooth. They're trying to manage the evidence of the level of service I'm receiving from that hotel. Does this make sense?
Yes.
Manage the evidence, tangibilize the intangible. Let me give you an example of that. You know, we all buy insurance. But it's kind of a problem because you buy insurance and what happens? Nothing. You pay each month and nothing happens. Right? Unless something bad happens, and then maybe you get a payout, maybe you don't get a payout. And so that whole psychology of that leads people to carry less insurance than maybe they should. Because insurance is an intangible. It's a service. It's an intangible. How could I tangibilize an intangible service like insurance? Well, here's what I do. When I give you your insurance policy, you ever get an insurance policy? You ever read it? Hell no. Right? But you think it's important enough, so you stick it in a drawer. Right? So, when I spend a couple bucks, and I put your insurance policy in a beautiful leather folder with gold embossed letters on it. And the gold embossed letters say, the Brooks Family Assurance Program. What is that folder? It's tangibilizing the intangible service. Okay, so that's an important idea. I'm down on time. There's one last idea on the area of operations I want to focus on, and that is this idea. what you will find in your businesses is that your operations will evolve. I don't know what that is. But operations will evolve, and they tend to, in entrepreneurial startup businesses like yours, operations tend to evolve through 4 steps, 4 stages. What's happening when you first open up that bicycle rental business? What happens those first weeks? What happened on that first construction job you did? Mistakes. What happens the first time you do a voiceover for a client? You screw up. You make mistakes, right? So what's happening in stage 1 is you're focusing on the mistakes. You know, she does this shit. At some point, she just takes over. So, stage 1 is really minimize mistakes, learn on the fly, make corrections as you go. The more you design an operating model, you'll start refining that, fixing it, adding steps, adding procedures. Stage 2, you got your basic approach down. Now you're trying to steal ideas from people who do it better than you. And that's why you go online and find somebody that's doing what you're doing in Dubuque, Iowa, or Wheeling, West Virginia. It doesn't matter where, but they're running a business like yours. Look at their website, look at their pricing, look at what they're doing. You'll learn some things about maybe how they do it. Maybe you go in and pretend to be a customer at some competing businesses, and you see how you're treated. And maybe they're doing something pretty cool. But that's the beauty of competition. You can steal from them. The ones that are making money, the ones that are doing good, you want to learn from. They figured something out. Steal it. Step 3, we get to the point where operations starts to become core to our strategy, to the way we do things. So, if you look at Burger King has a differentiation strategy to differentiate themselves from Wendy's or McDonald's. At Burger King, they will tell you you can have it your way. And the burger will be flame broiled. Well, that's their differentiation. But it's built into operations. They don't make a hamburger at Burger King the same way they do at McDonald's. The whole operating system at Burger King, back in the back, is set up to allow them to customize the burger, but do it fast. McDonald's will customize it and tell you to pull your car over. But they design customization into the layout and how they make the hamburger. And then finally, operations for some companies is their source of market pace advantage. I don't know if you know the story. I can try to do this, it won't be pretty. I don't know if you know the story of FedEx. FedEx was started by a guy named Fred Smith who came up with the idea when he was in college. And so, don't laugh at this.
For the US.
So if I was in San Francisco, and I'm sending a package to Los Angeles, so just right down the coast, 420 miles, San Francisco to Los Angeles, shipping a package. That's not how FedEx does it. Their operating model, here's Memphis, Tennessee. Memphis is their hub, and these packages go to Memphis and then go to Los Angeles. That would seem more inefficient. But in fact, by doing all of it that way, it's much more efficient. They get packages where they need to be on time, faster, they lose fewer packages. That's their operating model, this hub and spoke kind of approach to logistics. That actually gives them advantage relative to UPS or the Postal Service or whatever. Make sense? Okay, we're running way down in time, but I promise I'm going to at least try to spend a couple minutes on pricing. Here. So that's the second set of slides you should have gotten. What's the most important thing I can tell you about price? Well, what is a price? It's a number. A price is a number. So what number are you trying to pick?
The magic number.
The number that reflects the amount of value a customer is getting. And that's not how many of you think.
Right.
Many of the entrepreneurs in the program think, well, the way you set price is you figure out your unit cost, add a markup, there's your price. That's actually the silliest way to price.
Wow.
It's very popular because it's logical. I do want to cover my costs. I do want to make up a markup. But the most important issue in setting a price is
Value.
how much value is the customer getting? So I'd like you to try an exercise on your own sometime. The next time you find yourself on an airplane, ask the 5 people sitting closest to you, hey, what'd you pay to be on this plane today? What will you get?
5 different
5 different prices, all lower than whatever you paid. Does it cost the airline more to fly you than to fly me between point A and point B? There's no difference in their cost, but there's a ton of difference in their price.
Yeah.
That should tell you, cost is not the principal driver of price. It's a factor, but it's not the principal factor. It's not the principal driver. What does the airline do? Well, for many years, airlines, so I call up the airline and say, hey, airline, I need to fly to Denver, Colorado. I'm flying there from South Bend, Indiana. Can you give me a ticket? Oh yeah, we give you a ticket. Sure. Well, how much? Well, that ticket will be $870.
One way.
And I go, shit, no, it's round trip. Shit, that's a lot of money. And they go, watch your language, buddy. I go, geez, that's a lot of money. And they go, yeah, maybe it is, but that's the price. You want to take it or not? I say, are you sure that's the best price you got? Lady goes, yeah, $870. You want the ticket or not? $870. Gee whiz, it's a lot. Can't you look in there on that computer here a little bit more, see if you got something else in there?
Price line, kayak.
She says, no, that's the price.
Yeah.
$870. Man, I just don't know. Look, the price is $870 unless, and I go, unless what? They go, well, if you include a Saturday night in your trip, it's cheaper. I said, what do you mean? If you fly to Denver, but you include a Saturday night in your trip, it's only $400. And I said, wait, let me get this right. If it's $870 to fly round trip to Denver whenever I want, but on the days I want, but if my trip includes a Saturday night, it's only $400. They go, yep, that's the deal. Why do they do that? Why do they do that? Think like an entrepreneur. Use the entrepreneurial mindset. Why do they do that?
Period of less tickets or
They still want you to fly and choose there.
Fill up more.
Always start by looking at your customer base. We spent time talking about customer buyer behavior, thinking about how people buy what you're selling. You start as well with market segmentation. Are there any market segments of flyers? How might we segment the traveler market? What would be a broad-based way to segment? Business and personal. Ah, I've got two segments, business travelers and personal travelers. Are those two segments equally price sensitive? No, they're not. Who will pay more? The business traveler will pay more. Why? Because they ain't paying, the company's paying. If it's the company's money, I don't care how much the ticket is. So now I have some market intelligence. I know I have a segment that'll pay more and a segment that's more price sensitive. I might choose not to fly. I'll take the train or the bus or drive. So here's where you become an entrepreneur. I think I'm making decisions. How can I charge the business traveler more than I charge the personal traveler? Because if I just ask them, well, are you traveling on business or pleasure? Everybody will go pleasure because they think that'll be the cheaper ticket. So that won't work. I need a clever way to do it. Well, what do we know about business people traveling to Denver? They may be leaving on Tuesday, but they want to be home. They don't want to stay Saturday in Denver. But I'm going to see my sister. Might I change my travel itinerary to include a Saturday to save $400?
Yeah.
That's the whole reason they do the Saturday night thing. It's just a clever way to be able to distinguish two markets and charge two different prices. You got to get creative with your price. So some people think, I always find this interesting, some people think it's only fair that everybody should pay the same price. No, it isn't. If you're getting twice as much value than he is, you ought to pay twice as much. But people struggle with that idea. Wait a minute. You know something that really irritates me, kind of pisses me off? You know when you go to a bar and they have ladies' night? And the ladies are paying a different price.
That's the only rate we get.
Well, that's clever pricing. What are you thinking? Men are going to be there drinking anyway.
Yeah.
Women might respond to the price incentive, half off or whatever, and come. And if there's more ladies there, minimum, right? But that's charging two different customers, two different prices. Where do you see this in action all the time? No. Go up on Angela Avenue on a football weekend, and there's guys out selling tickets. And they'll sell a ticket for $200 that they paid
Like 30.
$50 for, right? And everybody's paying a different price. I have tickets, but the amount I pay varies very much by where I'm sitting. Doesn't cost them any more to seat me here than here, but the price here is 3 times the price to sit up here. Price is a creative variable, and there's some rules to pricing. The biggest rule is, think about this. If you want to understand why cost is not the key driver, go to the meat section of a grocery store. Go to the meat section and look at the price per pound of hamburger. Look at the price per pound of ground round. Look at the price per pound of round steak, of sirloin steak, of porterhouse steak, of what we find. Widely variant pricing, right?
Most states.
The meat all comes from the same cow. The cost of producing the meat is the same, but the prices are dramatic. That's why I'm trying to get you away from just looking at your costs. Okay? The basic law of pricing is that it is always easier to lower price than to raise price. Which means what? Err on the side of high. You can always lower. But once you're low, it's hard to raise price. I use a cleaning company. And I locked her in for a great price. At some point, she needed to raise the price with me. But she struggled to convince me and tell me why I need to pay a higher price. You're doing well at the price you're at right now. So yeah. But it's tough to raise price. So, a couple key ideas. One, when you start setting price, think of it as a creative variable, one of your more flexible tools. Think of price as not one decision, I'll show you it's a couple decisions. Recognize it's more than whatever your costs are. Price is a statement of value, putting a number on how much value a customer is getting from you. I love the student some years ago came to me and asked me to be a faculty advisor because they were putting a literary magazine together. And so they did a great job and they solicited work, short stories and poems and put together and had a judging panel of distinguished judges and they picked the material to put into their literary publication. This is a publication that comes out once a year. So they now have designed it sort of backwards thinking. They got their product and we have a business meeting. Let's decide what to charge for it. And it was a fascinating meeting. Because one student said, well, we're going to do a print run of 5,000 units. Based on the quotes we've gotten, that means our cost per magazine will be around 70 cents. So let's charge $1. Be sure we're covering our costs and making a little markup. Her price objective was cost coverage. Somebody else argued for a price that would reflect money people had in their pockets when they're walking back and forth across campus. If we have them out for sale, make it an attractive price that they'll just grab one and give us the cash. Somebody else said something else, but we went around the room for about a half hour, people suggested different pricing approaches, till one young lady stood up in the back of the room. She said, you know, if we sell it for a quarter, people are going to feel they're getting a quarter's worth of value. If we sell it for $1, people are going to think they're getting that $1's worth of poetry value. Let's charge $7. And everybody laughed. Well, that's $7. But she held her ground, and we ended up charging $6. And a lot of people paid it. Value-based pricing. And as my example of the meat in the stores, it's about creativity. There's a bar in Chicago that charges based on, it's like a stock market. If between 8 and 9 we're selling a lot of bud, price of bud goes up. If between 9 and 10 we're not selling much Michelob, price of Michelob comes down. Just being creative with price. Cost plus pricing is the most popular approach. Figure out your cost per unit, which, by the way, is actually quite arbitrary, because your cost per unit depends on how many units you are producing, which is tied to your sales, and your sales are tied to your price, so it becomes backward logic. I want to get you away from cost-based pricing to market or value-based pricing. Focusing on where the customer gets value. I have to skip through this, we just don't have time. But here's the key. When you set prices, if you do it properly, you're actually making 4 decisions, not 1. What I call price objectives, this is from a book we wrote some years ago. Price objectives, price strategy, price structure, price levels. Sounds complicated, it's really simple. I'll show you in a minute. But I want you to see out to the right. 5 things dictate how you price. Do your costs matter? Yeah, because they tell you what you have to charge to break even, right? And we discover when we run the numbers, some of you are selling your product for less than your cost. You're actually paying the customer to buy from you. So that's a beginning point, but that's all it is. It's a beginning point. Okay, now I know what I have to charge to break even. Let me look at what the competition's doing. Let me go get 3 or 5 competitor prices. But the competition may have a different value proposition. They may be differentiated different than you. Value, customer demand, customer value perceptions. That is far and away the most important factor in driving price. Your overall marketing strategy. Where are you trying to position yourself? Are you trying to position yourself as a high-end provider, as a mid-range provider, as a low-end provider? And then legal issues, but there are hardly any legal issues that affect how you price. In fact, legal issues don't come into pricing until you get bigger and you start doing things like price fixing, by colluding with competitors to keep price high, or those kind of things. It just doesn't affect you. So it's really about this, and this, and this, and your strategy. Now let's look at the price decisions. Okay? Here's where I would start. If I'm all of you, here's where many of our entrepreneurs have started. Put this graphic together. What you see in this graphic is a range of prices. Okay? So, what's the range of prices for daycare? What's the range of prices for candles? Whatever your business is. So I'm using a product here where the range can be anywhere from $75 to $180. Now, you'll notice the first thing I've done, what would my price be at break even? Okay? But then I've looked at 3 competitors' prices. I've tried to find a more low-end competitor, a more mid-range competitor, a more high-end competitor. And I've put 3 different market segments in there. A more value-conscious market customer segment, a more middle-of-the-road customer segment, and a more premium customer segment. So the real pricing question, if you take the time to do this, is simply, where do you want to be on this continuum? It ain't just cost coverage. So you're making decisions in 5 areas. Price objectives is just, what are you using the price of the product to accomplish? Are you using it to create an image of high-end quality or value for the money? a good deal. What's the image you're trying to project? Are you using the price to, well, what does a grocery store do at Thanksgiving? Most grocery stores sell turkeys at a loss. They sell turkeys below what they pay to get the turkey. Why would they take a loss on the turkey? If you buy the turkey at the store, you're going to buy the stuffing and the cranberry sauce and the pumpkin pie and all the other stuff on which they make a margin, right? So then the pricing objective is using the price of one product to sell other products in your assortment, in your product mix. I might be trying to price lower to discourage competition. I would think that way if I knew, but just to ask the question, what am I trying to convey with my price? Because customers interpret prices. How many times have you ended up buying something that somebody cared about, where you had 3 choices, and you just went with the one that had the higher price, assuming it was higher quality? When in fact, you had no basis to know it was higher quality. You just used price as your indicator.
Yes.
Customers do that. So then we go to price strategy. In pricing, there are 3 basic strategies: penetration pricing, parity pricing, and premium pricing. Here's the key about price. Let me find a manly man. There's a manly man. So you're in Chicago, right? Now let's go further. You're in Atlanta, and you got a critical meeting tomorrow morning at 8 o'clock. You've flown into Atlanta. It's a job interview or some big deal, but it's a critical interview, okay? And you've flown in there, and you're wearing your suit coat. And it's the suit coat you're going to wear tomorrow in the interview. But you have some old buddies in Atlanta. So you go out tonight, have a few with your buddies, have a good time, enjoy Atlanta. But while you're out with your buddies, you rip the inseam in your jacket. And this is the jacket you have to wear tomorrow for this critical meeting. Well, he's an entrepreneurial guy, so what's he going to do? He figures, I'll just sew it myself. I got no other option, I'll just sew it myself. So he goes to CVS, because there's one there down the corner in Atlanta where he's staying in a hotel. He goes to CVS late at night, they're open all night, and he buys one of those little kits that has sewing needles and thread in it. You with me?
Yeah.
How much would you expect to pay for that little kit?
About $8.
$8. First of all, what's amazing about what just happened?
He created value for the kid.
I guarantee he's a manly man. He's never bought a sewing kit in his life. Is that true? It's true. But what did he do? He did not say, Mike, I don't have a clue what that would cost. I just don't know. He said, that's what customers do. When we go in to buy something the first time, we all have what's called a reference price in our head, what we expect to pay. And that reference price may be way away from the actual price. In this case, it is. What's one of those little kits cost? $2.50, not $8. Which is even more interesting because what's he just told us? He paid $8. That's the value he'd get out of it. Because he needs to fix that jacket good up. So what does that tell you about price? The fact that he paid $8 for something that normally goes for $2.50, what's it tell you?
It's not based on cost.
There are students at Notre Dame who pay the tuition we charge and they think they're getting a deal. And there are students who pay that tuition who think
They get to see.
What a ripoff, man, that's crazy. Price is perceived.
Yeah.
Customers, your customers perceive your price. They perceive it as high, as medium, as low. Well, when you charge premium pricing, like at Starbucks, you're charging a price the customer perceives to be high relative to what they expect to pay or their experience tells them it should cost. When you use penetration pricing, you're charging a price perceived to be low relative to customer expectation. And when you use parity pricing, you're charging at or near what people expect to pay. So you went out to buy, you're going to a movie with a date, okay? So you go to the movie and you come out and there's a little ice cream store next to the movie theater and you think, let's have an ice cream cone, okay? How much would you expect to pay for a double dip of chocolate chip cone? How much? $10. That's a shitload of money. Most people say 6 or so, but her reference price is 10, right? My point is, if she encounters a price of 2, it's 2 psychologically different from 10. That would be a penetration price. If she encounters a price of 17, that would be premium price, like ice cream with Jack Daniels in it or something. That's the point. Where do you want to be with your business on this continuum? There's not a right spot. It's where are you more just above parity or just below premium, or where on this continuum do you want to be? Here's a big issue. Apart from price strategy is your price structure. This is where the magic comes into pricing. How do you want to vary the price? You have the price, right? But how do you want to vary it by aspect of the product, type of customer, or time and form of payment? Beautiful example is at a car rental place. Car rental place has standard pricing for a subcompact, compact, mid-size, full-size. Okay? Let's assume those prices are 21, 28, 46, and 67. Range of daily prices for car rental. Okay? But, what do? If you're renting on a weekday versus a weekend, it changes. If what? If you rent it for less than 3 days versus more than 3 days, it changes. If it's the airport and the car rental place in South Bend, if you work for the government or you work for Notre Dame, they have a different price to quote you. If you're returning the car to a different place and you're picking it up, different price. They may charge you a flat $30 a day for the car, or they may say the price is $30 a day up to 100 miles. But if you go over 100 miles, you start paying a per mileage figure. That's all playing with the price structure. It's where you can get really magical, really creative. You know, KFC has a price for a chicken dinner. But they will periodically have from 5 to 7 all you can eat night. Yeah. They're playing with the price structure. Charging different customer groups, different prices. The bus may charge different for a veteran or a senior than they're charging for you. Charging different prices for different customer groups, charging for different aspects of the product. This is where the concept of bundling comes into the picture. You know what bundling is? Yeah. You see it all the time with these insurance companies, right? What do they say? Here's the price of an auto policy, but if you get your auto policy and your home policy from us, here's a different price. That's playing with the price structure. Or cable companies bundling cable with internet and phone. A bundle is playing with it. It's the same thing as a restaurant. You go to a restaurant and they say, the price for the meal, which includes the entree, a roll, a potato, a salad, and a drink, and a dessert, is $16. Versus they charge a la carte. You want a potato? There's a price for that. You want the entree? All that a la carte versus charging, that's like bundling. Playing with the price structure. Think about a gym, workout place. What's your problem if you're an entrepreneur and you open a gym? Well, it's a physical space where you have a lot of costs, fixed costs that are going to be there, whether you have customers or you don't. You got to heat the place. You got to have so many staff in there, whether there was one person or 40 people. So you got a lot of costs that are there, whether you produce or not. And what do you notice at a gym? If you start studying operations, you start to see, well, we have a lot of people in the gym from 7 in the morning till 9. We have a lot of people in the gym from about 11:15 to about 1:30. And we do a pretty heavy traffic after 7 at night. But there's nobody in the gym from about 1:30 to 5. A gym membership, the price is $500 a year. What can I do if I play with the price structure?
And services.
Just play with the price. What can I do? Don't have this fixed view of price. Price is a creative tool.
Have a sale.
I'll provide a membership to you. It's a membership that's only $200 a year instead of $500, but you can only come between 2 and 5 on weekdays. And you have a band or a card that says that's what. Can I do that?
Yeah.
Of course I can. Allowing me to max revenue. Playing with the price structure. Aspects of the product that I'm charging or not charging for, different market segments, whether that's a ladies' night or a corporate rate or a veterans rate or a alumni rate, and time and form of payment. So if I tell you the price is $200, but you don't have to pay for 6 months, I've effectively lowered the price. Because money has a time value. So then we get to, what, like, you like that? Here are examples of ways to play with the price structure creatively in your business. I've talked about bundling. You know, think about data. There's a low base price on your data package, but once you exceed a certain amount of data, there's add-on costs. That's playing with the price structure. Pricing differently, you know, if I go down, I was down in Florida recently. If I go down to Florida and rent a car in Daytona Beach in March, it's about $140 a day. If I go to the exact same place and rent the exact same car in August, it's about $22 a day. It's the same car. What's the difference? Spring break. And a bunch of drunken kids renting cars that they're charging a lot more for. So, playing with the price structure. Here's more examples. You have the slides. Here's more examples. So, think about the final step in this, price tactics. I have a price, and my price is $140. That's my price, okay? But I'm not getting a lot of sales right now. Demand's down. Things are slow. What's the problem if I lower the price from 140 to 100? It's hard to go back up. It's always easier to lower the price and raise it. Keep it high. Err on the side of too high, not too low. So how can I change the price creatively without changing the price? That's the question. I'm gonna give a rebate. I'm gonna give a rebate of $50 during the month of March. What's the beauty of a rebate of $50? It allows me to lower the price to $90. But what happens at the end of March? The rebate expires because I never change the actual price. The actual price is always $140. I just use the rebate as a temporary way to take advantage of a market opportunity. Does that make sense? Okay. I'm sorry I had to be rushed with this pricing discussion, but I want to get something in on pricing before we finish. So, if you bear with me, we have more coming. We'll talk to you more about the mentoring. There's other things that follow that, the consulting. But it's emerging. It's got its problems. But communities, including South Bend, these days use the term entrepreneurial ecosystem to describe a mix of organizations that are ostensibly there to support entrepreneurs. That could include investors and banks, it could include programs like SB. But one of the most powerful programs, and I think I've kind of made it apparent inadvertently that I'm not a huge fan of government, but there are some things government does well. And one of the most successful government programs is something called the Small Business Development Centers. They're across the United States. They're there for you. They're there to serve you, and they don't charge a penny. So I'm very pleased to introduce you to the director of the North Central Indiana Small Business Development Center. Al's down at IU South Bend. It's open to you. This is Alan. Alan,
Is this something?
it is. You got to turn it on.
Hello. I am not gifted with the voice that Dr. Morris is, so I'm going to use the microphone. It is wonderful to see you. I see other friendly faces in the crowd. Hello, Ann. Good to see you. I think we're meeting on Monday.
Is it Monday or Wednesday?
I thought it was Monday.
Oh, I better.
Let's check our calendars. So anyway, my name is Alan Steele. I'm with the North Central Indiana Small Business Development Center. Thank you for the opportunity to meet you. Thank you for the opportunity to be here. And congratulations to you for making the commitment to do this program. It's common sense when you think about it, but a lot of people don't realize most small businesses, most entrepreneurs are people who didn't go to school and study business. So you have to fill in some of those gaps. You have to go acquire that knowledge as you go. You've made a commitment to do this program to help with that. That's why programs like this exist. That's why organizations like ours exist. It's to help you fill in the gaps. It's to help you get unstuck if you're coming up against some difficulty. I realize I'm also one of the things standing between you and lunch, so I promise I'll be brief. So the Small Business Development Center here in South Bend serves 5 counties. In a typical year, we'll work with about 450 unique small businesses or aspiring entrepreneurs. Our primary activity is providing confidential, no-cost business consulting. So what we're going to do, what that looks like, depends largely on where you are in developing your business. If you haven't started, if you just have an idea, you say, hey, I think South Bend needs this. we're going to help you out with research. We're going to help understand the size of the market opportunity. We're going to help you think about competition, going to help you think about things like pricing. I enjoyed sitting in on the pricing conversation this morning. And if it's appropriate, we'll help you put together a business plan. We'll help you put together some financial forecasts. We'll talk to you about different ways you might go about accessing capital for the business. For the people who are already operating, when they come to us, there could be any number of reasons, but the two things we see most commonly are, number one, I've got my business going, but I feel like I'm stuck. I got started, but I'm not really growing anymore. So how do we get the momentum? How do we keep building this? The other situation that we see commonly is been in business for a couple of years, we're struggling to make profit. We're having a hard time making the money that we thought this business should be able to make. So we're going to sit down, we're going to dig into your numbers with you. We're gonna look at costs, we're gonna look at pricing, we're gonna look at marketing, and help you figure out a path to improve profitability. The other thing that we provide as part of the statewide network is the ability to connect you to some pretty robust information sources and also connect you to specialists in particular fields. Over the past year, we've developed a much stronger capability in helping businesses become certified. So if being certified as a woman-owned business or a minority-owned business is something that you're working on, we now have a specialist in our network who can assist with that. We're helping companies with specialists in exporting. We now have a team of advisors who are working specifically with food-related businesses. So we've really built out the capabilities over the last couple of years. And again, as part of the statewide network, we're able to connect you to other people and programs around the state that may be able to help you above and beyond what we can do with our team here in South Bend. So that's what I have to share with you this morning. If you have any questions, I'm happy to take those. If you'd like to work with us, you can find us online, isbdc.org. I will leave some of my business cards here. Call us, email us, take advantage of the free service. We're happy to work with you. Thank you. Yes? The question was, do we work with people across the state line in Michigan? Sometimes. Some of our funding, as Dr. Morris said, a lot of the funding that supports us comes from government. So the state government folks in Indiana are not that excited about seeing their money support Michigan businesses. Most of the folks in Michigan that we work with are doing business in South Bend. So in those situations, yeah, absolutely, we'll get involved. The Small Business Development Center that serves Southwest Michigan is in Kalamazoo. It is at Western Michigan University. If you're in Niles, if you're in Edwardsburg, we may very well be closer and more convenient. The state line is kind of an arbitrary thing. But we don't work with a ton of people from Michigan, but I don't entirely rule it out.
You're not checking their IDs.
We do get their address, though. All right, well, thank you once again.
I wouldn't refer you to something I thought would waste your time. The SBDC is a great organization. They've been doing this for years. They have a lot of templates and documents that can be quite helpful, how to look at your market, how to do other kind of things. Whether it's bookkeeping, things we've been talking about these weeks, it's what they do, and that's all they do. So please think about taking advantage. And Alan, I know, speaks from his heart. He gets joy out of this work he does with the small business. A couple things. I have to do this just because I have to do this, but one of my favorite entrepreneurs that's been in the program has popped in. There's Taylor.
Go back there, go back there.
Taylor, you gotta give us a pitch.
Okay. I think I can do that. Hello, beautiful people.
Hi, Taylor.
Taylor's been through all the parts of the program. She's had a mentor, she's had the consulting.
2 mentors. I can keep coming back. Well, I'm gonna keep it brief. I'm so proud of you guys, that you guys committed to the program and showed up every week, making that sacrifice. I know there's so much going on in you guys' life, and you guys finished it, and today is your day. Like Michael mentioned, Indiana is like one of the top ecosystems for business. You don't gotta move away, this is the place to be.
Yes.
Plant your seeds, if you're the first to do it, be the first to do it, and congratulations.
And what do you do?
My business, I have a mobile on-demand car detailing company to come to your location, your offices, and you can find me on Google.
Hey.
Okay.
Trophy details, and I can tell you, Taylor picked up on this whole moments of truth thing, because I have her detail my car.
Hey.
She needs lifesavers in the car, and she details it with a pile of business cards, not subtly reminding me to give those cards to other people.
Yep.
So she's walking a walk.
Yeah.
One of our other entrepreneurs who's been in the program asked to have a minute. Well, I think she was kind of nervous about this, but she's going to be great. So here's Wanda Dudley. Wanda, she's got a very cool business idea. Very cool business idea.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon. I want to also extend my pride and appreciation for all of you who are starting your own businesses. Congratulations on completing the course. I think that Dr. Michael Morris is an amazing human being. And if you don't mind, can we give him a round of applause? And then the real boss is Susan McDonald.
That was Susan McDonald back there.
Yeah, Susan.
My name is Wanda Dudley, and I am the president and founder of U2 Incorporated, Caring for Caregivers. What does that mean? We are a budding nonprofit organization in the community with the intention of intentionally and specifically caring for the needs of caregivers. Why did I become a caregiver? 20 years ago, we were smiling walking down the aisle. 18 years ago, my husband was diagnosed with stage 4 cancer. I understood the vows to be for better or for worse, for richer or poorer, sickness and in health. That sickness and in health came way sooner than we thought it would. So I've been a caregiver for the last 18 years for him, and for the last 5 years for my 98-year-old grandmother. I understand the trials and the struggles that caregivers go through, and not many people understand it. And unless you are on the journey or you have walked the walk, you don't understand it. It's very isolating, it's very lonely. There are a myriad of emotions that go along with it. And so U2 is here to remind caregivers that we see you too. We hear you, and we are here for you. Former First Lady Rosalind Carter says there's only 4 people in the world: those who have been caregivers, those who are caregivers, those who will be caregivers, and those who will need a caregiver. Anybody in here a caregiver? Wow. Anybody know a caregiver? It's rough in these caregiver streets, isn't it? What is a caregiver? A caregiver is someone who provides care to people who are in need, to some degree, ongoing assistance, whether it's physical, whether it's running errands, whether it's emotional support. They are there, they either live with that person or they go to that person to provide the essential care that they need in order for them to survive. 41.8 million Americans are caregivers. 89% of caregivers provide care for a relative or a loved one. That is 23.7 hours a week of unpaid care for a loved one that they don't live with, and 37.4 hours a week if they live together. So it's the equivalent of a part-time job, but it feels like a full-time job with some overtime. It equates to $470 billion a year for this economy. Unpaid, free labor that is being given. And it's being given because it's a privilege and you love the person that you're taking care of. So what does, how can you two for caregivers help you? We provide monthly group meetings. They're safe spaces for you to come and express your feelings, to be with like-minded hearts and minds where you can just woo-saw, cry it out if you need to. I'm a hugger because I'm from the South, so if you need a hug, I got that too. Our goal is to also provide care packages. When I started on this journey as a caregiver, there were so many times that I had not the energy to provide a meal for my son, who was the only child at home at the time. Needed money for gas because of the various doctor appointments, whether here in town or down to Indy. Sometimes you just need a little help. Sometimes you just need a little hope. So our goal is to provide care packages for caregivers to kind of help them along the way. We provide facilitators at our group meetings who provide resources that are in the community that help caregivers. Some things you may not be aware of, things you need to understand in regards to elder care, elder law, resources that are available for caregivers who could have the opportunity to be paid to receive a stipend for caring for the ones that they love. So we are unique again and intentional in giving caregivers exactly what it is that they need. The impact of caregiving. This is my twin, this is my mama. On December 5th, she was doing what she does. She was caring for my stepdad, who has a myriad of health struggles. And as she completed her journey later that morning, she suffered an aneurysm while driving, but somehow made it home. December 9th, we lost her. Not lost. December 9th, she transitioned. And her death has made my mission even more important because I do believe that the stress of caregiving impacted her health, because caregiving takes a toll on you physically, spiritually, and emotionally. And so it is my determination to make sure that caregivers get what they need as best as I can. What have we accomplished? February 17th of this year was National Caregiver Day, and we partnered with 2 minority women-owned businesses, and we gave away 2 care packages to 2 amazing caregiving families. It was a chef-inspired meal for a day, as well as a day of light housekeeping. Things that you need that you don't think about, but if somebody took it over for you, it would be such a relief. And so we had media coverage on that. We were really grateful to be able to provide these entrepreneurs and just be a blessing to caregivers. So our next meeting is in April. If you're a caregiver and you need a safe, brave space to just share whatever it is that you're dealing with, you can come to us. We got you. I say that we're the AA of caregivers. It's a safe, brave space. So you can scan that QR code and do the registration for our next meeting, which is April 15th. And if you don't mind scanning the other QR code, I'm looking for feedback on what caregivers in our community specifically need so that we can tailor our services to them. Again, caregiving is hard. The burnout is real, and we're here to help. Thank you.
little longer than the 2 minutes that I allocated to her. But I want you to pick up on, this wasn't accidental. I mean, I want to feature Wanda's business and what she's doing. But each of you needs to be able to get whatever you're doing down to a minute or 2 minute pitch.
Yes,
If you're going to be in elevators, you're going to be
yes.
places you don't expect, where there's somebody that's important that might be able to help your business. You've got to be able to pitch it quickly and capture the essence of the business, and I think Wanda did a very nice job doing that. Okay. So, are we ready soon?
Yep, we're in progress.
We're what?
We're in progress.
We're in progress. So here's what's going to happen now. I just want to talk about the future. So you've got that form about the mentoring. Everybody should have the form about the mentoring.
Yeah.
I want you to make a thoughtful, careful decision if you're ready for a mentor and you're going to use the mentor. Because if you don't, we lose mentors. They get frustrated. We have, a couple this past year, they go, well, I've tried it now 3 years in a row, and every year, folks don't meet with me, they don't follow up. You've got to be ready to use the mentor. If you're not ready, mentoring will still be available further down the road. But I want you to fill that out. For those of you that want mentoring, we're going to be, there's a second sheet, or I don't know, Sue doing the food. Might be this sheet, but let me look at the sheet quickly. Yeah, it is that same sheet, sorry. What we're going to do is we're going to call you. It'll be me or Sue, one of our grad assistants. We're going to call you, and we need you to put times you're available for about a 30-minute interview. We're going to call you an interview about your business, the status, what you're struggling with, what are your priority needs. You should be thinking about where you need help with a mentor. What you really should be thinking about, if you go back to the 80 steps to a sustainable enterprise, you should be thinking about what are the next 5 steps I need to take. Because that's where we really want to concentrate, on the things you most immediately need to move the business down the road. So we need you to put a couple times in there that you know you'll be available. We'll lock in a time with you. We'll call you up, interview you about your business. We're going to do a short write-up on your business. And we use those write-ups so the mentors start to understand a little bit about your situation before they engage with you. We're going to assign the mentors in the next 2 weeks. These interviews, by the way, are all in the next 10 days, so we got to interview you soon. The mentoring is actually going to start on April 17th, so just in a couple weeks, and the mentoring will run through mid-August. And that's when we transition to the consulting stage of the program. So any questions about any of that? Okay. Yes.
If you're out of town, part of that, can I specify?
If you're out of town for an extended period, I'd wait for the mentoring till later. If you're out of town for a week or something, it's no big deal.
Okay.
The normal mentoring is a meeting every other week. And you get on a schedule that works for you and works for the mentor. Okay? Yes, ma'am.
Could it be virtual?
The meetings will be a mix, so it's what works for you. A lot of people ask me why we don't provide this online. I'll tell you why we don't do this online. And even though you see somebody filming here, we don't make these films available to people. The filming is to help the other cities that are doing this program. Where we had partners that focus on online, none of the entrepreneurs made any progress. Where it was in person and human, progress is made. So with the mentors, it'll be a mix. I want you to try to meet them sometimes in person, but some of the conversations will be on a phone. Some of them are busy people. You're a busy person. It can be on Zoom or what have you. It's just, I want wanting to make a personal connection with this individual, and that, you know, people do things because they get something out of it. So if the mentor's helping you, they're going to get more out of it the more they learn about you and connect with you and vice versa. So that's the mentoring. Consulting will come subsequently. On May 3rd, please note that date. I sent a communication out to you this week about it. But another part of the SB program is what we call Community Connect. And in May, we're going to have a Community Connection event. And the whole purpose of Community Connect is connect you with the larger business community in South Bend. And it's the first time we always do stuff in the community, not on the campus. But this is the first one we're going to hold at the Idea Center on the edge of the Notre Dame campus. And the reason for that is the Idea Center has a network of a couple thousand people, and they're all going to be invited. So this is an opportunity to feature your business at Community Connect. We do it differently. We do one in December as well. But you'll have a table, and we'll have a name, signage for your business. You staff the table, people come around, you explain your business, have brochures, but it's a way to create visibility and to start to build your network, which is huge. So that's Community Connect. You're also going to hear from us about, we have some follow-up training. So, you'll laugh at this one, but we're going to do a follow-up training, I think in June, but it'll be a full half day just on social media. And we're going to do one later in the summer on another topic. We did one last summer on financial literacy. There'll be some other things. So you'll hear about that. You're part of the SB family, so all these things will be open to you. Now, I know I'm running a little late here. They should be bringing food out to you. We'll have the people who prepared the food talk a little bit about the food itself, but we're going to transition right into lunch. This is food prepared by folks who've been in the program. So, as you get your meal, I'd like to introduce you to somebody who's going to share some thoughts with you. And I met this really amazing woman in a rather circuitous way. She called me one day to ask for some input on something, some advice. But all I was looking at was her face on a computer. And a few weeks later, I was at this meeting in the Rotary, and there's this amazing woman speaking, gave this great talk, and I didn't connect the dots, in part because she's like taller than me. And she said, yeah, well, I met you before. You know. Anyway, I was inspired by her, and I think you will be as well. Her name, and she's our keynote speaker for the graduation. We're going to have her speak, eat your lunch, and then we'll start awarding the certificates. But our guest today that we're very excited and honored to have is Devereaux Peters. Devereaux is, and this is the whole height thing, a two-time WNBA champion, an emerging real estate developer, and a staunch advocate for gun safety and gender equity. Over the course of her basketball career, Devereaux distinguished herself at every level while overcoming 10 surgeries. I think there's a lot from the academic journey that informs the entrepreneurial journey. Devereaux had a 7-year professional career and won championships with the Minnesota Lynx in 2013 and 2015, and is listed as one of the top 20 players in Minnesota Lynx history. After her retirement in 2019, she began a career in real estate development with a focus on low-income housing and commercial development. She's She's done consulting work with a few Chicago property management companies, and she's the co-developer of a 30,000 square foot dance studio for black-owned, deeply rooted dance company. Devereaux is a University of Notre Dame graduate. She's currently working on a 60-unit mixed-use, mixed-income development in the city of her alma mater, South Bend. Again, she's an outspoken advocate and very actively involved in gun safety programs. She's a founding member of Every Town for Gun Safety's Athletic Council. She's a Chicago native. Her philanthropy centers on youth empowerment. So please join me in welcoming Devereaux Peters.
Hi everyone. I'm going to use the mic. I'm typically very loud, but it's March Madness, so I need my voice to go at the TV. First, I want to thank you all for having me here today with you to celebrate this awesome accomplishment that you all have gotten. I want to talk a little bit about my journey, but I want to focus on some of the lessons that I learned when it came to being an entrepreneur and building my business. As Professor Murray said, I went to Notre Dame. Surprise, surprise, I played basketball. I'm sure nobody in here could have noticed that. Nobody could have figured that out, right? And so I went to Notre Dame, I played basketball there, and I was actually a film and television major. And if you would have asked me at the time what I would be doing when I was done playing basketball, I would have said probably been some type of sports commentator, sideline reporter for women's basketball. That's where my interest was. That's what I thought I was going to do. And now I'm standing in front of you as a real estate developer. So that one left. How did I get here? So I graduated from Notre Dame, and I was drafted into the WNBA. And then as Professor Moore said, I spent 7 years playing professionally in the WNBA and playing overseas. And my rookie year, when I got to the WNBA, I kind of sat down and wanted to figure out who I wanted to be, what my goals were, and what I wanted to represent as a professional player. And naturally, I wanted to win championships. I had individual accolades that I wanted to obtain. But at the time, there was an ESPN documentary out. It was called Broke, and it was about professional athletes, that mostly NFL players and NBA players, that had made multi-millions and millions of dollars and lost all of it, spent every cent, right? And so I saw this documentary my rookie year and was terrified. I clearly wasn't making as much money as them, nowhere near it, but I was doing okay for myself for a young girl, and I was so scared. I made my mom watch it, and my family members watch it with me. And so one of the goals that got added to the list after watching that was, if there's a broke part 2, I do not want to be on it. And so how am I going to figure out, like, how do I get myself out of that category? And to me, the answer was that I needed to be prepared. And what does being prepared look like for an athlete? And to me, it meant being prepared for when I left basketball, right? When I transitioned out, what was I going to do? Because a lot of athletes, that's where they struggle. They can be in this great field, they've been doing it for most of their lives. A lot of athletes are like me, like growing up, my parents didn't let me get a job or work. They said, if you're gonna play basketball, you're going to school and you're playing basketball. So that's what I did. So I didn't have really a whole lot of understanding outside of being an athlete. And that's where a lot of people end up getting lost. And I didn't want to do that. So I said, I'm gonna be prepared for when it's time for me to transition away from basketball. And I was somebody that loved basketball. I loved playing, I loved being around my teammates, I loved practicing. I just enjoyed it from front to back, all aspects of it. And so I said that when it came time, if I wasn't contributing to the game in the ways that I knew that I could, or if I just simply wasn't enjoying it anymore, I was gonna stop. I was gonna retire because, again, going back to that, being prepared, I didn't want to be that athlete that was just stuck. And this is who I am, and I'm just gonna continue to play even though I'm not good anymore, even though I don't know what I'm gonna do next. because I was gonna be prepared, right? So that's what I kept telling myself. But unfortunately, retirement came abrupt for me in that my last year I was playing in France and I'm doing my thing and I wake up one morning and I'm like, I don't wanna go to practice. And it wasn't like oh, I'm tired, like I don't feel like it. It was like a dread, like I do not wanna be here, I don't wanna be on this court, I don't wanna do any of this. And so it just literally happened one morning. And so I was like, all right, at that point, I only had 3 more weeks left to play in France. So I was like, okay, I think it's time. I think it's time for me to head home and start something different. And that's exactly what happened. I got home 3 weeks later and I retired. And it was abrupt because if you would have asked me at the beginning of that year how long I was going to continue to play, I would have said 2, 3 more years. So I was not prepared. And all this time I had spent saying I was going to be ready to transition and do all these things, I wasn't ready for it. So I get home and I'm scrambling, I'm panicking, I'm like, okay, I got to figure something out because I said I was going to be ready and I'm not. So what am I going to do? So I asked the question of what I had an interest in, and I've always had an interest in real estate, but I never really took into it while I was playing. And so I got home and I decided to get my realtor license. So within 3 weeks of getting home, I got my realtor license and I signed with Berkshire Hathaway agency. And so I'm like, cool, that was easy. But figured it out quick. And so I signed with Berkshire Hathaway and I become a realtor. And with Berkshire specifically, all their new signees, they make go through this course. It's a 6-week course that effectively teaches you how to be a realtor. It shows you everything from how to write up contracts, how to get clients, how to close deals, how to create goals for revenue and hit them. From top to bottom, just teaches you how to be successful in the business. And so I go through the course and I'm really enjoying it, learning a lot. They're giving you the blueprint and I'm following it to the T. Like I'm working really hard. I'm in there in the office every day. I'm doing all the things that they're telling me to do. And 1 month goes by, 2 months go by, so I haven't had a client. But I'm still, doing open houses for coworkers. I'm still marketing in social media the way they taught me. I'm still calling friends and family asking for referrals. 3 months, 4 months go by, so I haven't had a client, not a single one. But I'm still in the office every day. I'm still following that blueprint and doing all the things that they said I needed to do. 5 months, 6 months go by, I still have not had a single client. So now I'm upset, right? Because I've been doing this for a long time and I'm doing what they told me I need to do. And I'm not seeing any results. So I'm talking to my coworkers about it and they're like, don't worry about it. Like, it takes time. I took 9 months, I took 10 months, and I know people that took 12, 14 months. And I'm like, y'all are crazy. I'm not taking no year to get one client. Like, this is insane. And I'm talking to my manager and he's like, it's a process, but once you get that one client, you'll be fine. Doors open, floodgates open, you'll get referrals, and it just moves up from there. That's what everybody keeps telling me, right? 7 months go by, 8 months go by, I still haven't had a client. And I'm like, this is trash. I hate this. Like, I'm losing my mind. I'm stressed. I lost 15 pounds. I can't eat. I can't sleep. Because I'm just used to being able to work at something, right? And get to where I need to go. And so this is the first major lesson that I learned that I'm still having trouble with, but I'm getting there. But coming from sports, it's like an instant reward. You get instant gratification, right? You shoot, you score. You play defense, you get a stop. If you're having a bad game and you're having a string of bad games, you're not performing well, not shooting well, doing whatever, you can go in the gym, get your extra shots up, get the extra work in. And by 2 or 3 games later, you're gonna be fine, right? And that's what they keep telling you. And that's what I was taught most of my life is that when you work hard and you push through, you're gonna get the results that you want. And what I learned when I retired from basketball is that in the real world, that's not necessarily the case. You can do all the things right, you can do everything that you say you're supposed to be doing, you can make the right decisions, you can save up and do all these things that everybody tells you you're supposed to do to be successful, but it may not come, and it may not work out that way. And there are a lot of other factors that play into that, right? Like, there's a lot more than just working hard that it takes to be successful, especially when you're running a business. And so at this point, I'm like, you know what, maybe being a realtor is not for me. I enjoy real estate, but maybe I need to kind of switch fields and be in a different area. And so I happened to be out running errands with a of just running errands one day and happened to run into an old high school teacher. Haven't seen her in years. We end up going to lunch and catching up, and we're discussing what we're doing now, what we're working on. I'm like, I'm a realtor, but I hate it. I gotta get out, gotta figure something else out. But I don't know enough about real estate to know what that looks like or where else I'm supposed to be. And she goes, you know, I have a family friend that's in real estate, and I think I want to introduce you. He might be able to help you out. So I'm like, great. So she introduces us, and I meet him, and he asks me, like, what are your goals? What are you trying to do in real estate? And I explain it to him. And he's a real estate developer. And he's like, you know what, I think you might be interested in developing. So I'm like, cool, what is that? And so he explains it to me, and he goes, you know, I can take you through this process, and I can teach you what it's like, and if you're interested in it, then I can help you get into the field. And so I'm like, great, let's do it. So he becomes my mentor. And from that point on, I'm working in real estate development now. And as a developer, I'm focusing on affordable housing. So I'm trying to build low-income apartment buildings, townhomes, things of that nature, right? And overall, just want to do a lot of work in the community. And so, as we start working together, he says, you know, where do you want your first project to be? Because I'm consulting with him on a lot of his projects and doing a lot of stuff with him, just so I can learn and understand the business. But I have to start doing my own projects. So he asked me where I want to be. I'm from Chicago, but at the time, I just retired. I hadn't spent a lot of time in Chicago. I hadn't been there for probably like 8 years. But I had spent a lot more time in South Bend because the majority of my friends and the people that I had met at Notre Dame were still in South Bend. And so I probably at that time had spent more time over that period in South Bend than I did in Chicago. And so my first answer was South Bend. One, because it was more familiar to me at the time, but two, because I really felt that in my time at Notre Dame, I really grew into a woman during my period at Notre Dame. And I built all of my closest friendships there. It's where I grew up, you know, and turned into an adult. And so it had done a lot for me in my personal growth. And so I felt like doing my first project there would be like my way of giving back and saying thank you for all that the community had given me. And so we get to work. We're working on my first project. We're putting it together. And we come up with this idea. We go to the city of South Bend, the community investment office, and they steer us to these 2 vacant lots on the near west side that they want to get developed. So we're like, great. We put together this project. We've been working on it for 2 years, really, really hard, like going at it 2 years, putting these townhomes together. City loves it. They're like, we like this project. We'll support it, but you have to have a community meeting first. You have to meet with the community and present it and show them what you're trying to do and see, you know, what they like about it, what they dislike, what they would like to see there, and just so they're involved in the process. So I'm like, great, awesome, let's do this. Like, I'm excited. Like, I made my little poster board with my architectural drawings on it. Like, I'm coming up in here, like, excited, can't wait for this meeting. And we get to this meeting, and I present this project. The community hates it. They don't want any parts. They hate the building. They don't want affordable housing there. They are throwing all this stuff at me for an hour straight, just tearing me apart, ripping me to shreds. So I was hurt. It was hard. I've been working on this project for 2 years. Like, I put a lot of effort into it, right? And I'm like, man, this sucks. Like, and development is already a very difficult process as it is. Like, the application process is hard. It's very competitive. It's really hard to get projects funded, period, without fighting the community on top of that. So I didn't want to do that. But this is the second lesson that I learned that was really crucial for me. And that is, as an entrepreneur and a small business owner, you have to learn how to pivot, right? Because all of you, I'm sure, already have run into hurdles, roadblocks, issues. You came up with this great plan, right? And things did not go the way that you expected them to go. But being an entrepreneur, being an owner, and if you want to make your own decisions, that's what you have to do. You got to figure out a way to still get to your end goal when you hit all of those roadblocks. Yeah. So for me, that looked like, for the next year, spending a lot more time in the community, coming back to South Bend, talking to community leaders, talking to residents, talking to council members, meeting with the mayor's office. Because where I misstepped on that first project was that I came up with this great idea and all these things that I thought was great for the community, but I wasn't in the community. Yeah. I didn't ask them what they needed. And so moving forward, I was like, I need to understand what South Bend needs, what they want, and what they're looking for, so that I can create a project that will be supported by them. So that's what I did. I spent the majority of my time that next year just building relationships and listening and understanding what everybody needed and what they wanted to see developed. And so when it came time to start this next project, the city sent me to a different site downtown South Bend. It was a different vacant lot. And it was actually a lot that a lot of people outside of the city of South Bend, like the community investment office, told me not to take. Because it was a vacant lot that a lot of people had tried to develop and could not be funded. And so I didn't see that I had a choice. This is where they wanted me to be. But I was a little prideful, so I was kind of like, no, I'll figure it out, you know. And so I worked on this project and I had put on this effort in it. And so I came up with this project. And now the second time around, I come to it and it's supported. We talked to the community about it and they're behind it. Not because I came up with this great idea, but because I listened to everybody around me and what they wanted for the area. So when I put it together, it was what they had envisioned. It was what they wanted to see. So I had all this support, right? And I had all all these people wanting to help me out, trying to figure out, everybody offering, like, how can I help? What can I do to help this get funded? And so fast forward, as of February 1st, I got the call that my project was funded. So by spring of next year, I will be building an apartment building, an affordable apartment building downtown South Bend, which I'm very excited about. But right now, you know, we're in this era where everybody wants to be an entrepreneur, right? Everybody wants to be an owner. They want to make their own decisions. They want to own their own business. And a lot of people have these awesome ideas. They have these great ideas. They have these great services. They have this skill that they can do really well. But a lot of people don't understand all that goes with that, right? You have to know how to run that business. And I think that's the gap that a lot of people miss when they have this idea that they want to be on their own. So I applaud all of you all for going through this program because you just put yourself a step above a lot of people. You had the idea, but you also had the presence of mind to know that you need help and you need to understand how to run a business and how to do all the functions outside of just creating a product or a service. So I applaud you all for that. And I'm excited to celebrate this graduation with you all. And, you know, if you're in the idea phase, now's the time that we're getting to a part where it's concrete and it's tangible, right? If you already started your business, now we're at the point where you're trying to get it growing and getting involved and getting it bigger than what it is now and where you see it going. So I'm very proud of all of you and congratulations for making it through this program. And also I cannot wait until I see you guys' next steps for all your businesses and seeing them flourishing in these next coming years and through this program and mentorship that you're going to get through Professor Morris. Thank you.
How's that meal?
Good.
Good. Very good. Come on. How's that meal? Very good. So we're going to hear from the folks at Vets. You want to start?
Hi, my name is Miss Kim, and I'm from Miss Kim's Culinary Group. My business is teaching young kids basic cooking skills and also doing team building activities in culinary arts. So that's mainly what my business is. But I was asked to cater the meal for today, and I was had to be able to do that. So.
Thank you. Do you use cost-based or value-based pricing?
Hello, my name is Ken. I brought the cupcakes. My wife and I are pretty and delicious. She does cakes, cupcakes, quinceañeras, weddings, all that good stuff. So, yeah.
Hi, I'm Alicia Mace. I brought the cupcakes with the gold wrappers. And I know some of you, the last class we had the cheesecakes, and I brought those as well, and the peanut butter cookies. So I can pretty much do cakes, cupcakes, any of that. So it's 818 Cakes and Pastries. So.
Great, thanks so much. We want to do a few things. So first of all, I have to confess. I have a confession. Oh, man. Just kind of open up here. So I have a significant other. She's taking care of her 100-year-old mother right now in Hawaii. So on the side, I have two girlfriends. And these are two ladies that I love dearly. And we couldn't do this program without them. So first of all, please join me in thanking Mary McAfee for Together is my other mother, Gladys Mohammed.
Oh, we love you too.
Yeah.
Stay on, Daddy.
We gave you flowers last time, we gave you a little something different this time.
Thank you.
And then, the one thing I hope as you grow your businesses, as you succeed in your businesses, and you sweat, and there's a lot of low days, and there's high days. But the thing I encourage you to always do is celebrate. Celebrate the little things. Celebrate the achievements. Celebrate the accomplishments. Take the moment to feel that. You get so busy doing that you don't feel that. And so in the spirit of celebration, we always give a couple of awards. And we give two awards specifically. One we call Entrepreneurial Spirit Award. The Entrepreneurial Spirit Award is given to the person that's been with us these 6 weeks, all 6 weeks, and who has stood out in terms of just attitude, in terms of spirit, in terms of asking questions and posing scenarios and trying to demonstrate how to take this stuff and use it in their business. And so I'm super pleased to give our 2023 Entrepreneurial Spirit Award to Mario Ellis.
Turn this way, I need you to turn this way. Good job, Mario. Good job.
And we also give an award called the Dreamer and Doer Award. And the Dreamer and the Doer Award is the person that we notice seems to be not just dreaming but doing. So taking steps, making progress, moving the business, doing the 80 steps. And so our Dreamer and Doer Award was actually a tie, and so we give two this time. The first goes to Lucretia Mark. And the second goes to Kenneth Reese. Okay, so without any further ado, I'm gonna get this out of the way. What we're gonna do is we're gonna call your name and ask you to come up. Sue will call the names as we go through the slides. We have a certificate and we'll take Deborah and I and you will take a picture with your certificate. So we want to keep it moving, so as we do one, Sue will be calling out the next name. So you just push down, button.
Katrina Bakers.
I'm doing.
Thank you. Rachel Burns. Victoria Brooks.
Okay. Mama. You see your mama.
Come on, baby, come on. There she goes. How do you get in there, Dr. Morrow? What's the problem? There you go. Today, Brown. There she is. Simon Butler. Wesley Butler in the second. Wesley Butler. Serena Simon Butler. Sorry. Charmaine. Erica Collins. Teresa Patton. Renee Davis. Leticia Duffy. All right. Mario Ellis. Evans. Derek Hawkins. Robin Fritsch. Derek. Gregory Gibson. Wait, Robbie, wait just a minute. Yeah, I'm sorry. I think it's like. Thank you. Aries Gillum. There you go.
Oh, you know what I was, okay? Hey,
Somebody got some sunglasses?
Tiffany Gray McNutt. Jose Guevara. Kennedy Harris. Kennedy Harris. Denise Herron. I'm sorry, Kyla Henderson. Kyla. Yeah.
sorry about that.
And then to
Yeah.
Thank you. Yeah, Dan Hicks. Okay, look this way, please.
All right now.
Thank you. Judy Hubbard. Cortez Jenkins.
All right, Cortez.
Julieta Jenkins. Leslie Johnson.
And then I get my. I'm all right. I will.
Leslie Johnson.
All right, Leslie.
Come on now, Lucretia.
Double trouble.
All right, now, no. No, it's all right. No, it's me, I was with you.
know I had to be.
And it's his birthday today. She's definitely, yes.
There you go. That's it.
All right now.
All right, Miss T.
Taylor Reed. Taylor Reed. Alicia Reese. Kenneth Reese. Okay. Brittany Richard.
Be rich. You gonna be
All right.
Thank you, dear.
This is Millie Timberlake. You're right. No picture of that.
Okay, y'all, I'm going to Notre Dame. My son got a scholarship for basketball.
Did we miss anybody? And we still need to get your certificate.
Everyone check that they don't have two stuck together.
But we didn't get a picture with you. Can we take a picture?
Yeah, just hold on.
Okay. Come on.
I got one.
Thank you.
Thanks to everybody.
Thank you.
So we're gonna just leave those sheets on the table. Yep. We'll collect the sheets if you just leave them on the table. So, obviously your binder is done now. You got all the binder stuff. You can keep the names out, next place if you want them. We'll be calling you with these interviews starting Monday, so we'll start to follow up with the mentoring. I'll be in touch with everything. And where'd you go? You wanted to say something?
Come on.
Come on.
Oh, now you want to say something.
Back in December, I started an event called Battle with the Brands. It's a basketball tournament / networking event that's designed to shine a light on all the up and coming businesses in the city. And I wanted to get everybody contacted because I'm bringing an event to South Bend in a few months. So I would appreciate it if everybody came up, wrote their name down, email, phone number, and my book. So when I get everything, you know what I'm saying, ready to go, I can contact y'all. And there is no vendor's fee either. So I'm waiving the vendor's fee, so I'm giving everybody a free chance to get some money.
Okay, and one more.
Hello, my name is Brittany Ritchie. The name of my company is Be Rich Customs. I make clothing. I also revamp clothes as well. I will be having my first fashion show in September. Right now, I'm currently looking for models. So if anyone is interested in being a model, please come to me and I can give you my card. And you just email me your headshot along with your number